Welcome to the Dungeon House, where a bunch of regular people with regular jobs gather to play Dungeons and Dragons. We aren't professionals, so if you hear food ASMR or a baby in the back, just understand it's normal. This show is recommended for those 13 and up. The music you'll hear is brought to you by William Heaton and various other artists. We're glad that you're here to share in the fun and laughter, as well as the challenges along the way. So come on into our home, take a seat on the couch, and enjoy the Dungeon House.
Two worlds, one family. Are we still cutting in and out?
No.
Well, it's smoother than before.
Good.
For now, anyways.
I was pretty dang concerned because it was not looking pretty hot.
Have you been told with I think you're have lots of sugar. Yeah, that's lots of bad things.
So you don't get gestational diabetes.
Yeah.
Are there other
Diabetes.
Um,
Are we on?
Like,
Is it going?
pretty-
We're going.
Everybody's late.
I don't know how to pronounce it, so I was like,
Hey, do you guys want to turn your
But-
cameras on so we can see you?
Oh, that makes sense.
well, yeah, ice cream soda. But
I
that's
am
not.
pulling into my house right now, so I'll turn it on in just a second.
Sounds good. No worries.
No.
Well, there was a point where the only thing I
Whoops. I didn't know that had fallen. Hello.
got
You
it.
do.
You gotta eat.
Welcome, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Clayton, would you be willing?
Oh, there they go.
Oh no.
She's with her computer.
Oh, she was? I
Yeah.
didn't see that.
Is it on Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah. Her computer is malfunctioning.
I'll join as soon as I get sorted.
And Kyle's on his way. Oh, well,
Okay.
I guess this is us.
Should we?
No.
Well, I guess then we can. Once Brandon gets his
Brendan sits down.
video
Yeah.
up, then we'll go ahead and get going.
We'll get started. I don't think I've missed anyone in the recaps, McKay.
Really? Did you go back and listen
No.
to some? Oh.
I don't. Has
Has anyone not done any of the recaps yet?
I think Kyle did it last time. I think he was the last one.
I
We done
know
Joy?
I've done it.
I feel like there's someone that hasn't.
I think so too.
Did Joy do it?
Yeah.
Has Brandon? You've done it.
I don't
David-
necessarily do it.
well,
I make everyone else do that.
David's done it, right? Yeah, David's done it. Kyle did it, and I know Joy has done it. I don't think Brandon's done it.
I've done it.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I'm
Yes.
pretty sure we've gone through
I
everyone.
guess that's everyone then. Guess I'm crazy.
Oh, yeah. Because someone would have had to done it twice by now. Because we've gone through 7 episodes of this thing. We got 7 players. So, wow. Did you get a haircut?
Me? I don't know.
Yeah.
About me.
Are we cutting out?
Yeah, you are. You're getting pretty chunky.
Yeah.
Ah! No!
Are we live now?
Yeah,
We
we're
should be.
live.
Oh.
We've been live for a couple minutes.
Oh,
2 minutes, in fact.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it won't cut out and it'll get better. We'll see.
Oh,
Joy's on.
Joy's on.
Not on my laptop.
Ah, it's okay.
Well,
It's okay. We've also been having internet issues, so.
Ah. Internet, I guess.
That darn internet nowadays, am I right? Classic.
Try clearing the cache of
What
Discord.
The what?
The cache.
You'd have to go into like the settings of your
Yeah, like.
computer.
Oh,
Clear
yeah,
the-
I guess that's true.
is it Chase? Is it just Chase that's cutting out, or is it us?
It's both of you guys. So, yeah, it's
Oh.
probably the internet.
I don't think it's the cash.
Should I turn my phone on airplane mode?
I don't know if that really do much. You can.
Is it windy down in Cedar City right now?
No,
Mm,
it is perfectly still.
Interesting.
Great, David. Now everyone knows we're from Cedar City.
How do I get out of here?
you did.
Oh, I'm
Let me
sorry.
get back. How do I go back?
It looks like it's doing okay.
It's
If it cuts out, it might cut out for a minute or two. Hopefully it stays.
How do I get this?
What does it do?
I got stuck in somewhere.
Go back to the top of me.
Oh,
Well,
It's at the top.
No,
while they're figuring that out,
just exit out Discord and then jump back in. Oh, wait, but that'll cut out
I have a
the.
story.
Exactly.
The story.
There you go. There we go. We're good.
The story is. I actually don't have any really very good
Wait,
stories.
why are you still writing it on there? Wasn't the whole point that you just put
No, these
those
are
are your
my abilities. My spells I keep on my phone. My backstory I keep on my computer on docs. My character sheet I keep on my computer downloaded as a PDF. And my notes I keep in this.
That'd be good to do with this guy because Opal's full.
Yeah, Opal is full. She has many abilities.
Aaron's getting there
And that's
too.
where I forget everything.
Yeah, I always forget about my abilities.
Mm. This is
Oh.
difficult.
And-
Well, I think
ticking.
we just gotta start, guys.
Yoo-hoo!
I think this is just it. This is where we're at right now. I mean, we have everyone except Kyle, and he's said that he's joining a little later. So I think
Bring in a friend.
we're good.
Unless that was a joke.
Don't know. You never know. Faith, I
Yeah.
think you've been the one that hasn't done it in the longest time. We might have missed someone. I don't think we have, but I'm gonna ask you to do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Last time on the dungeon house. I conked out at the end and I kind of don't remember a lot of things.
I have
Fair enough.
notes.
No, it's gotta be all on her.
Okay.
This is how it
This
works.
is the punishment you get.
Not punishment. This is the entertainment. We all everyone else gets.
Can I have a hint where we started?
What do you remember?
We was it the one where Alia killed a man with this thumb and it was that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Following you
okay.
correctly.
All right. Alia. Bam, blast. Nigel's dead, or is he? And Mr. Van Dyke man was like, get out of the way! And he went and rushed and got revivified, and then Opal was assigned to revive him, and her dice still are trying to figure out what they want to do with their lives. Yeah. So, and then we evacuated the tower and proceeded to go to the town square where Mr. Van Dyke, oh, I don't like saying that, Van Dyke man.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Yeah.
Sounds so formal.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like it. Van Dyke man called with his walkie-talkie rock man thing with a face on it to call Mr. Carriage dude with his wooden head bird to come and pick up Nigel and explain the situation. From there, Van Dyke instructed us that we were to walk to the portal or beaming area of shrooms, of the fairy circle. And it was a day and a half journey or half a day. It was half a day, right?
Half a day.
Half a day's journey. So our whole little adventure was just us little squabbling, trying to find a spot that was actually really close. But so on the way, Opal was being vulnerable, being like, Van Dyke, you're my teacher. Help me with this struggle. Have you ever struggled with imposter syndrome? No. I am a vigil. I am the way I am. Oh, you're not helpful. So that occurred. Other conversations took place that I don't remember because I wasn't a part of them. Also wasn't paying attention. But once we got into camp, we saw the wonderful, maybe beautiful, I don't remember the description, of Olivia. And we were all getting vibes of, ooh, Van Dyke is flirting with Olivia. What's gonna happen? Oh, they're married. And they're weird. So that occurred, and so others went on their way. Opal went and tried figuring things out. Oh yes, wearing those things. And Alia, almost said the wrong name. Alia decided to play with a whip and do some weird things, and Opal was like, "Hey, don't do weird things." And Alia's like, "I won't." And Opal was good and like, "Yeah, I trust you. You're good." So then we caught up with the group, and then took a nap, and then went through the portal. And this is where my memory gets groggy, as we met Mr. Man that I forgot his name, but he's a cool guy and he was nice. The leader of the Vigils, who has a name, and it is a name. What was it again?
Raven Duril.
Draven Duril. Yeah. And
real?
we
Like the realist?
Like Durril.
Duril. Draven Duril.
You want to say it's Duril. Sorry, Faye, go ahead.
Right. So we met him, we all introduced ourselves, and Barren was being like, sus. I have I have things I need to talk to Mr. I don't know if Opal would recount that, but he's like, I have a girl I need to take care of. What does that mean? We will find out. And then we went on a little tour. But it was so good.
Uncle.
I wasn't dead.
Oh, go ahead. Did we cut out again?
Eli's mom called, and she was like, I missed you. Oh, I made the test hard for you. And Eli was like, oh, how rude. Oh, parental children problems. And this is where Faith not conked out and could not remember any of it. So, yeah, that's long description of the whole thing, and not so formally written, as been writing formally all day. So
It's a casual.
casual.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's what happened on the Dungeon House. Join us this time to learn what happens next.
Yeah.
Or do something else like homework.
Or do both.
Or do both.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you for that, Faith. That was an amazing recap.
Oh, thank you.
I love you too. Anyways,
Joy, we're missing your video.
I know. Things are still getting in order on my end. Sorry. It'll be on in just a second.
No stress.
she's having computer issues.
Kyle, where's your friend?
Well, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
All right. So, to kind of set the scene from where we last left off, we were in a carriage. It's kind of a portly man driving it as you guys were heading, and he had handed down a sending stone to Alia as it was a call from her mother. It's kind of a little bit of a tense situation. You can tell that definitely there isn't something sitting quite right between them right now. Everyone can hear Alia's
Except
side of it.
Opal.
Except Opal, because she kind of fell asleep.
Yes.
She's so tuckered out.
She was just kind of leaning there against the side of the carriage wall and just kind of softly like. Anyways, as you guys were as you look out and stuff like that, you're still passing these kind of green terraced farms. As you're going through, you can see the groups of trees. It's sunset, and it's quite beautiful looking out among all the foliage and kind of the landscape ahead, around you. as we jump back into it, Alia, you hear your mother saying, I just don't want to lose you like I lost your father.
Is it just them that's cutting out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your internet connection's a little fuzzy right now, guys.
I wonder.
Off the internet.
Yeah, like they're not even moving anymore.
Have you tried putting it in rice?
I thought about that. It's
Putting the internet in rice.
the internet.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Yes.
We just turned off all of our devices on the Wi-Fi, so hopefully that'll clear it up, maybe.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on. If we're a little spotty, just bear with us. We've already turned off the router once, so we don't really know what's going on.
We can do it again, and it'll just disrupt the stream for a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know too much, but anyway, what'd you say, James?
Anyways,
Oof.
basically, I was describing the scenery around you, and I don't know how much you got, but it was a very good description, I think.
We got the scenery. It was just what you said. My mom said.
The last words that kind of rang through were, "I just don't want to lose you like I lost your father," and that's when the line went silent. What are you doing?
She would hand the sending stone back.
Ooh, I have a cute smile on the screen.
And she would just kind of sit there quietly, I think.
Oof.
Okay. As he kind of takes it, he himself, like, there's the little door at the front of the carriage that kind of closes and opens and stuff like that. And he wasn't really privy to what just happened. And so he just kind of takes it and says, thanks. And then kind of closes it back up. As the inside of the carriage is again bathed in darkness, just with the light from the windows coming in, less light than there would be with the little portal in the front open. They all kind of sit there in a little bit of a kind of awkward silence.
So when were you gonna say? Oh,
Who was that?
Nosy.
just go ahead.
Are you talking to Alia?
Yeah, like
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it's like awkward, Ren will be like, so like who was that? Just like trying to start a conversation. I'm not trying to like pry, but just like
Yeah.
trying to get something.
No, it was my mom.
Oh, that's nice. How is she?
I guess she's okay.
Well, that's okay. And then Ren will kind of just like look around at everyone else.
So when were we gonna find out that you're from here?
I don't know. I mean, nobody ever asked, so it never came up.
Let's try jump. Hello?
Hi.
We are coming out still.
Our internet.
Let me jump onto my hotspot before you turn it off. Just that way I don't jump off of here.
We'll be back. I'm gonna try and reset it one more time.
1 second. You're not listening.
We're sorry for our viewers.
Yeah, we're sorry for our viewers.
Oof.
I'm okay. Sorry for our You guys are what really matter.
Saying,
Oh,
we're
it's
back.
back. It's back.
why did
Ooh.
he not finish that sentence?
Yeah, that could have been awkward.
It wouldn't have been that awkward.
I'm going to try connecting back to the Wi-Fi because it's better than my.
All right. Hopefully that does it. It might take a second to kind of get
Everything
How
running
we
again.
do.
get everything going again. But
That's okay. We're just trying our best. All right. So, Barren, you had asked Alia a question before everything kind of died on us. Do you remember what the question was?
when Alia was going to tell us that she's from here.
We didn't get your response.
Oh, you guys did get my response? Okay. Well, I mean, it never really came up. Nobody really asked where I was from, so I didn't feel like just jumping in, I guess, in the conversation or in a conversation.
Also, like you would know, it's usually common practice to like they kind of tell you beforehand, like, hey, you're meeting with people that aren't really they don't know about the lighthouse. So usually they like you to kind of be a little more vague on where you're from.
Yeah.
Just because, but like, you know that
was
doesn't
that
mean
was
everyone else.
just her excuse of why she didn't say it was nobody asked. So
Ren will ask, he'll say, like, are you not proud to be from here?
no, I am. I love. I mean, you guys will get to see this place and its beauty. But I mean, I just felt like it would be awkward or weird if you know, like for an example, you Ren, if you were talking to Pinky, and then I just walked up and I was like, oh hey, this is where I'm from. I mean,
Well, that makes it seem like nobody ever talked to you.
no, yeah, it was just never asked. If that makes sense. I don't know.
All right. I see.
So, yeah.
Had you ever left this place until the training?
Yeah, I've left once before.
I just
you go?
once.
Yeah, I went on a trip with my dad.
Just to kind of describe, as Alia says this, you can see that her whole body language kind of more gets rigid and stiffens. It's very akin to right as soon as like a start of a fight, how she kind of locks up a little bit. You can tell that she's almost seems a little timid from talking about this. As you guys continue rolling along, you can notice out of one side of the carriage on through the window, you're passing kind of down towards the lower end of the crater that the whole kind of area of Oshto, the people of the Vigils, where they live, this whole community, and there's a tiny village close by to this reservoir-like lake that sits at the middle of the crater. At this kind of the driver taps the window and he opens it up and it says, I just want to let you know that that down there, as he kind of points at as you guys are crossing a little bit of a ridge looking down at it, that there's Riverside. It's home of some of the best fishing this side of the Lighthouse. I mean, because the Lighthouse is basically at the edge of everything we know, and well, that's part of Yavna. So that's why we say that side. It's not the only thing to fish besides, the ocean. Anyways, and kind of closes the door after that.
So did your dad leave you or what?
What?
No.
I would say both Abe and Adelaide and I would do that.
Yeah.
Just looking up. Whoa!
Oh man.
Don't talk about people's dads like that.
You would see, like, it's so hard to explain how like her face or her body language would be, but basically she just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. No, he died.
That sucks.
Oh my gosh.
And
Yeah.
this is why we have boundaries.
So fishing, Ren, right?
Yeah.
Fishing.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
really exciting.
I'll
Tell us
ask
how to
you
fish.
guys
Tell us how to fish.
I'll say what kind of fish do you get around these parts?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not really a fisherman myself. I do love eating fish. I know of
I do too.
salmon.
Okay.
Do you know? I think they have the brown ones.
I know the brown ones. Yes.
Yeah.
Those ones are good. That's a good fish.
I'm actually, to be honest, I'm more of a red meat kind of guy, and he kind of pats his belly. But sometimes when the gout starts acting up, I have to switch over, if you know what I mean, and it gives you a little wink.
I was like, yeah,
Did he die on that trip of yours?
Wait. Let's sing a song. The Pinky, help.
Or sing it time. I think you will
David,
jump
did you
on that, pull out your lute.
Chase, during
Yeah.
this awkwardness that I don't think you need a passive perception of 2 to notice, can Moss cast just fairy fire on top of everybody?
Why? But yeah, you can.
So Moss is just gonna cast fairy fire over everyone. So all these like little lights are gonna pop out of Moss and just like fall on top of everybody and stick to everyone. Like everyone can make a dex save if they want to dodge it, but all these lights are gonna fall on everybody.
I'm not gonna dodge it. Where am I gonna go?
Yeah. I'm gonna say
15.
15.
Who does it go to? The DC is 15, so
Oh.
It goes to the. I think it goes to the.
it goes to the attacker.
yeah.
Yeah,
So you failed. Joy.
I
Dang.
think because I know that with attacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And as
I feel like it's always a debated like switcheroo. I can't remember.
Did Alia hear my question?
If you saying a lot, did Alia probably to David? No.
Oh, okay. I had asked, did he die on that trip?
And,
Oh my
and at that,
God.
Moss shoots out all the fairy fire, and he's like, "Hey, look, we're all pink now, like Pinky."
Nah.
The driver will open up the door, and you can see that he is also outlined in like pink fluorescent colors. And he's like, "What are you guys doing back there?"
Take it easy back there, fellas.
Hey, you ever been part of those youngin' things? What are they called? Raves? And Moss is just gonna start headbanging.
No, I don't do that. I'm sorry. I just drive carriages.
Right?
I think Barren's still kind of looking at Alia. He may not say anything at the moment, but he's kind of just like,
Yeah, Alia at this point is just kind of like sitting down, but like curled up.
okay. I won't push anymore.
So, what's all y'all's names? As like you guys kind of go over a bump and stuff like that. Tough crowd, huh? And he kind of does a little like there's no one there to like kind of do like the little joke punch, but he does it in the air anyways. Haha. Okay, so
I'm Opal. Yeah.
good to meet you, Opal.
You are.
My name's Spindly. Yeah, Spindly, the carriage driver. He takes off this kind of it's not top hat-esque, but it's like medieval top hat-esque. I don't know what that looks like, but it looks like something. He kind of takes it off and does like a little tip, and you can see that it has kind of like that male pattern baldness starting to form on the back. He puts it back on. My family's been in the Vigils for about 3 generations now. Me, I'm the 4th, and there's my family and children. It's such a great thing to be a part of. From what I gather, it's a crazy life out there, and we're grateful to be here.
Seem like a very delightful man.
Thank you. I do my best. That's how you get the good tips.
It's a very good point.
How's everything going back there? You guys feeling good? Is the anything I can do for you?
How far is Mangrove?
Oh, we got depends how fast you want to get there. They tell me to go a little bit slower so you guys can kind of, take in the scenery. It's apparently your first time being here. It's beautiful, but if you want me to, I can speed it up just a little bit.
Seeing the scenery.
Oh, perfect. Would you like me to slow down? I'm more than fine with doing that too. I can do that.
no, the speed you're going is great.
Okay, I can just keep her right here, put her on cruise.
If there's interesting stuff, feel free to slow down. Tell us about them.
Sure, of course, yeah.
No.
So you see this tree over here. That tree is believed to be the oldest living tree in all of the Isles of Oshto. I don't know who told me that, but I heard at one point, and you look at it, and it doesn't really look like that special of a tree. You kind of get the vibe that he may just be making things up at this point just to kind of entertain you and impress you. But like as you're passing, you can kind of see like he points out some places where like the terraced farms in like the center room, you can see like basically what looks to be like old foundations, brick walls, stuff like that. It looks like, as he points it out, like, yeah, this place at some point used to be settled before the Vigils moved in. And we've kind of converted things, turned it into a mighty fine place to live, from what I understand.
I don't know if that would ring any bells.
No, nothing. Just you guys kind of listen to him kind of banter about things and stuff like that. It takes probably another hour and a half. Eventually, though, you guys get to the point where you've kind of gone to the bottom. That's kind of where you guys were at in the crater, and you've ridden back up, and sometimes you kind of go over like a little bit switchback spots, and then you get to the point where you're at the kind of the top, and you see kind of as you pressed over and you're on kind of almost the edge of this whole crater area, you see the town of Mangrove kind of situated. It's more, think of like in the real world, like the Italian cities that are almost built like on the side of like really sheer cliffs and stuff like that, with kind of narrow cobblestone roads and stuff like that. This town is very akin to that, where it's built really on the steep slope side of this crater. But the thing that really stands out in the middle of it, you see this massive building. And as you kind of pull through and you're kind of going through, it stands taller than anything else. He points it out and says, yeah, that right there, that is that's the training grounds. That's where you'll be staying for about the next 3 or so months, from what I gather. And yeah, it has all your basic needs. Something else that you guys notice as you're passing by is a lot of the buildings here in the town of Mangrove have what look to be almost like little market shops set up at the front of them. Like kind of kiosk-esque things, and you can see that there's a lot of area where different markets can be set up in. But all of them right now are closed. You can see like what looks to be almost like celebration banners spanning from one end of buildings to the other, kind of with flags on them and stuff like that. And you can see these elements that almost look like this place is almost like a fairground, but it's not been in use for like a couple of months at least. And so it almost kind of gives a weird vibe of like, it feels like this place should be more lived in, but it's kind of not. You see people walking around still in the streets and stuff like that, but it's nothing like akin to like what it looks like it's set up for, which is almost like a grand celebration. As you guys continue throughout the streets, eventually he pulls into the front of this giant Colosseum-esque building, and some of the things that you notice with it is it's built, from what you can tell, out of just pure rock of the ground, like the same kind of limestone colored rock that the earth around here in the crater kind of forms up. It almost looks like something or someone, instead of building it brick by brick through masonry, carved it out of the surrounding landscape and made it. You can tell that it is in the shape of a hexagon, with different kind of windows and stuff like that entering in. As he kind of pulls up in front of it, you can see like it is on a fairly steep road. As he pulls in, it's kind of been leveled off here at the front of it, but since the Colosseum's built on like the side, you can see like one end is kind of lower than the other, as it kind of is built to kind of be part of the this strange slanted surface. Well, I think this is your stop. I was so busy. To be honest, I forgot to call the person I was supposed to call to let them know that you guys are here. If you give me 1 second before you get out of the carriage, I'll do that. You see him kind of step down, and he kind of waddles. He looks kind of like the guy that would be a waddler. And he's a waddler. He grabs out his sending stone, and you can hear him kind of having a brief conversation. He's like, you hear him apologize a couple of times, like, I know, I'm sorry, I should have called, I just got really busy. And you can kind of hear like almost like a voice that sounds almost kind of like barking back at him through the line. He's like, oh, okay, well, I'm sorry, but they're here now, so okay, I'll see you out here in a minute. Okay. It's about like 2 seconds later that you see two figures kind of come around the main entrance gate, because it's kind of an open plaza, and turn and kind of walk towards the carriage. One of them is very tall, and one of them is shorter than your average person, and a little bit more built. At first, you're like, maybe this is the people from the carriage earlier that picked up Nigel and the other, but the shorter one is way too wide to be the guy with the wooden mask hawk. And it's about that time you notice that this individual is also female. She walks out, and you can see what looks to be a dwarfen lady in full like plate armor that's very adorned with inlays of gold and of silver on this kind of like dark gunmetal iron armor. And she looks like she is not happy, as she kind of has a big furrowed brow, and her hair that's been kind of tamed and put into kind of like not necessarily intricate braid, but a big thick braid, because you can tell that she must have a lot of hair. Standing next to her, you see almost like what looks to be kind of a timid giant. For those who have ever seen the race, you would be able to distinguish him as a furbolg, as he's got kind of more softer bovine-esque features and stuff like that, with kind of floppy ears. Bovine is kind of like cow-esque.
And they're cute and blue.
Yeah, exactly. You can see him kind of standing there. He's wearing simple garments, and you kind of see that he's walking next to her. He doesn't seem nearly as upset. He actually seems like he's kind of just contemplating life and just enjoying his time living, in a sense. You hear the lady kind of, as she walks up, she says, Spindly! What have I told you about not letting me know beforehand when you were going to arrive? We need to be able to be out here and be able to greet them when they get here. It's like, I'm so sorry. Kaletho, I know, I forget. And she's like, I don't want to hear more excuses. I want to see improvement, okay? All right, where are they? And Spindly at that moment, like, kind of knocks on the door.
Alia would be like the first one out.
As you kind of like rush out. What's up?
As she passes by Barren, she'll just like murmur, to your question earlier, yes. And she just gets out.
What's the lineup order so that I can just picture it? Like, who's standing next to who? You know, like when you're in elementary school, you want to stand next to your friends. Who do you guys kind of line up with?
Be next to Alia.
Okay.
I'll be next to Opal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Girl power. 4.
Who's next?
Pinky's just kind of flitting between all the little groups, just super excited.
Probably near the end or something, I imagine.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
No one wants to stand next to Barren right now.
No.
Yeah, he's kind of grumpy.
Philip,
He's
was
kind of a
Philip
grunt.
like walking next to the carriage?
He wasn't grumpy. He's just
Who's Philip
Or
walking in the
Chase.
carriage?
Philip would have been walking next to the carriage, right?
Philip. Probably just got it right in there. He's probably just sitting in like the area where feet go, but like just kind of laying there,
Okay.
like chewing softly on the carpet.
And Moss is just
He's like-
standing with Philip off to the side.
Okay. As you guys kind of file out and stuff like that, you hear Kaletho kind of clap her hands. What is this? You call that a straight line? Line up in a straight line.
I'm trying my best.
Opal would thank Spindly,
Spindly.
and give him one of those handshakes where it's two hands,
Oh,
sign of respect for both, and just like, thank you for getting us here safely, Spindly. I hope you have a good day.
it's my pleasure. And then he kind of like side eyes Kaletho and like notices that everyone's out of his carriage, and then you can tell he's quickly trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
So he kind of closes the door and gets on. Yeah, and like the horses kind of as he kind of rides away.
Opal will then get in line. Just do
You can
that
see
first.
Kaletho's kind of like staring daggers at you as you dared to wait to get in line.
Opal will make one of those smug faces where it's like, I'm gonna do what I want. I'll still obey, but I'm still gonna do what I want.
Adelaide's gonna move like one step further away from Opal.
Just a smug look, but like not in like the most disrespectful way, just in the
Uh-oh. Afraid of punishment by association.
Yeah. She kind of looks you all up and down and says, "Oh, there's a lot of pride here. I can tell already. Well, that's all right. We're gonna break it." As she kind of gives a little bit of a crazy stare. Look, my name. What's her name? Her full name. My name is Kaletho Wirt, and I'm here to make sure that none of you die. Okay? I'm going to train you with everything that I know to help you become a good vigil, and then I'm going to see you go out there and do great things. Hopefully, and I'm hoping not die. So we'll see how it goes. It's good to meet you all.
I want to say something, but I learned specifically today of how it's bad in human variation. So I want to be like, I wouldn't say it, but maybe, no, I wouldn't. No.
Would Opal say it though?
Well, I don't think so because she's still respectful of authorities, but also understands when someone's being fake and just trying to intimidate. So I don't know. She would not say this, but Faith would jokingly and be like, "Yep, thanks, Karen." But I wouldn't, and then it's hard because I'm like, "No, Faith, you learned today in class that women who are assertive are not to be called bossy and other being names because they're just being more assertive and good with their jobs. Because some people flip it as guys are assertive and in control, but then flip it and women are not. They're not good. And so Faith's brain is like, no, anthropology, stop. And
But would Opal say it?
No.
Opal's like,
Opal,
go girl.
No, Opal would think something like that, but not to that extent. Faith would think that as, yep, thanks, Karen. But I'm trying not to because I learned all about it. Okay, that's a side tangent. To the point, Opal would not say thanks, Karen, because that's not nice, but she would think something like that, but diluted. Just a little nicer.
Good to know.
Anthropology snippets with Faith.
Yeah.
This has been.
The more you know.
The more you know. It was a side tangent.
So,
if you want to learn more, take a class.
with this, as she kind of staring there and she's kind of giving you all a little bit of like a little stink eye, you can tell. You see the bigger man next to her kind of lean over and says, "So
maybe she would call.
Draven asked us to start off with the presentation. Do you want to do that?" It's like, I hate the presentation. We're not doing the presentation right now, but he asked us to. I don't care. You can do it tomorrow. First, we're going to work him. And then she says, all right, everyone, come on, inside.
In what order?
She said it.
He's gonna raise her
He
hand.
said
Go,
it.
me first.
I think that's still funny, but also respectful that she wanted us in an order.
You first, honey. Right here. Right by me. Come here.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. I wouldn't say
Aren't
that.
you
I
like
would
way
just-
taller than her too?
No, I'm short.
Awesome student.
I'm short. And my height.
She is still shorter than you. She is a dwarf. Like 4.5.
Yeah, I'm taller. But I'll move over and be in her face.
And she kind of points to you, Pinky, and says, and you? Make sure you stay in the straight line with your little fancy wings. It's okay?
Oh, no.
All right.
She's going to try very hard, but I think Piggy will be distracted by a lot of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You guys kind of file into the training grounds. Katheo. Did I say her name was Kaletho or Katheo?
Kaletho.
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 Is it Kaletho or Kletho?
Kaletho.
Kaletho. It's easier to say. Kaletho.
I'm changing it right now in my notes because I pronounced it wrong.
Oh,
It's Kaletho now.
Oh.
Kaletho.
So she kind of leads you to like kind of the inside. As you kind of go through some almost maze-esque halls and stuff like that, kind of noticing the same sort of thing where this whole structure is made out of one solid piece of rock. Eventually, she leads you into more of the Colosseum-esque area where you can see one side has taller seating than the other because, it's sloped. The shape of it, though, isn't like your normal round Colosseum, your average Colosseum. It's hexagonal in design and structure. As you kind of get in, you notice that the bottom of it is all flat. Even though like the structure itself, like the roof and stuff like that is kind of slanted. Like all the seating's flat. It's not like everything's just turned to the side. It's just like they had to build it with kind of the structure that was already in place of the local stone. I don't know if I'm going into too much detail about the building, but that's okay. I like it. Kind of come in, you can see the arena grounds is just kind of like what looks to be soft sand in the bottom. You don't really notice anyone else, but you do notice that there are some torches placed every so often around the outside as it is getting a little bit darker. At this moment, she's going to kind of look back at you and say, all right, now that we're inside, it's time to see what you can all do. And she points to you, Opal. Oh, what's your name?
Opal.
Opal, what are you good at?
My initial reaction was fighting, but I don't know if she'd use that word. Opal. Fighting in strategic ways, or at least trying to improve such.
That was a very long answer for a one word. Well, it was meant to be one word, but I'm grateful that you've put so much thought into it. All right, good to know. Well,
Cute, because you're still nice.
that's right. I would like you to go into the center of the arena.
Opal will do so. Yeah.
Why?
And ask if, would you like me to draw my weapon?
That is up to you. I guess
Opal will do so.
you kind of draw out. And I don't think we've ever described Opal's axe for everyone.
Nope.
You've noticed it on her before. It's a one-handed kind of battle axe. And you notice that it also has the same shape of the blade as her triquetra symbol. Though you can notice that it is made of a little bit of a darker metal than like the rest of her armor and stuff like that. It seems like it's not necessarily a match for quite the colors that she has, but it's still very much kind of a symbol of her paladin oath, as well as kind of being very individual and unique as a weapon. As you stand there, Opal, what's your passive perception? Okay, good to know. All right, who's next? She'll point to you, Moss, and say, "What are you good at?"
I'm good at a lot of things. Good at not a lot of things.
That's a lot of description for something I just want to know. One thing.
I'm pretty good with the as Moss like sort of looks at his hand. Nature magic.
Ooh, interesting. Good to know. Would you be willing to go into the middle of the arena as well?
Yes.
Yeah. He points next to you, Adelaide. She does. What are you good at?
Spells.
Spells? Interesting. Would you like to stay here with me?
Yes.
Interesting. Barren. Wait, no, she doesn't know your name, but she can speak.
I presume.
Barren, I presume. No. You. What are you good at?
Killing.
Right to the point. Okay, go to the middle.
We got one of them in our groups.
By the way, I have no weapons at this point.
Do you say that to her, or do you?
No, this is me just letting everyone. Like, I have nothing on me.
He's naked.
Nothing.
Pretty much. I actually am still in because we haven't changed or we haven't gotten to any sort of like rest area, right?
We did.
So we did.
The campsite right before we went to the location.
Well, the campsite, but
no
Barren
one
has nothing on him, so he's still in Adelaide's shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks
Adelaide's
beautiful.
tailored shirt.
Very nice.
It's nice and form-fitting.
Yeah,
it looks good on
shows
you.
the muscles. Yeah.
Yeah.
He fills it out very nicely.
Yeah.
Next up, Ren. She points at you. You with the nets. What are you good at besides fishing?
I'll look around and kind of like, I can tie knots.
Tie knots, huh?
I think that's
you
pretty
can stay
useful.
right.
I think that's good.
Stay right here, okay?
Okay. I'll look at because Adelaide stayed too, right?
Yeah.
I'll look at her and be like, we blew it.
We're standing there like.
Dang it. She'll next point to you, Alia, and says, "Wait a minute. Never mind. What are you good at?"
Magic.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. That's what Adelaide said.
All right. Stay right here. And you, the little one with the wings. What are you good at?
Surprises!
She like looks at you like, what? How? Surprises? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it means that I'm really good at hiding and I can jump out at people and surprise them or shoot them or play tricks on them, whatever I feel like.
Okay.
Wild
Wild card. Yeah. Go to the middle.
Oh.
It's 5 in the middle. And...
No, 4 in the middle and 3 on the outside. Yep. As you guys kind of meet up in the middle, you kind of get a notice that like the sands are kind of cool, but you also notice that like they're not like smoothed out. Like you can tell that there's a lot of use that has kind of gone into this place. It's not like it's uncommon for it to have people using it for different sort of tasks, different sort of things like this.
Barren's gonna lean out in the dirt and just grab a handful and just put some in. Like, wait, does your thing have a pocket?
The blouse?
Yeah.
No, does not have.
I'll just hold some sand.
I mean, you have pants. Pants don't have.
I do have
pockets.
pants. Yeah. No, you're right. I
They're
do have
ladies'
pants.
pants.
No, they're still my
No
pants.
pockets.
I'm just gonna shove
Ladies'
just in
pants.
one of my pockets, just a little bit.
They're not really ladies' pants. I just meant that ladies' pants don't have pockets.
Yeah, no, I have pants.
If they do, they're too little.
Yeah.
I think they can be ladies' pants or men's pants. It's just whatever you want.
They're men's pants. They're my pants. My pants never got ruined.
Yeah. So just as a reminder, out in the middle is Moss, Barren, Opal, and Pinky. And to the side is Alia, Adelaide, and Ren. As you guys kind of stand in position and stuff like that, she says, now, please stay where you're supposed to for just 1 second. And as you guys kind of, what's the thing down below?
Boogity boogity.
Boogada boogada.
No. No, I forgot. Right as I said that, Mike, no, he's going to start saying that word again.
What word?
Boogada boogada.
Never mind.
For a while, he would repeat it and tease me, and like, no. It's like that trigger word that just keeps getting repeated. Okay.
Yeah, I did just to make her annoyed. I like doing that. I think this is the one. Okay. As you guys are kind of standing to one side, she kind of goes over and leans towards the taller fur-bowled man. You can, those who are kind of on the side, you hear her kind of whisper and say something along the lines of like, you can almost just catch the name, and you hear the name that she says, "Hey, Deniz." It's almost like Dennis, but ends with a Z. Deniz.
Oh, I thought you said Denny's.
Denny's, yeah.
We have an IHOP and a Denny's.
We have an IHOP?
We have an IHOP.
I have.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But we thought you said IHOP.
Yeah.
And then,
And now we have a Denny's.
yeah, nice.
I guess I just get my inspiration from my hunger of breakfast foods. All right. As she kind of turns back to you after she's kind of done whispering something, she claps her hands, and you three that are kind of on the side, you see out of the ground, the dirt forms like a column, and you are shot up into the air as you feel like the ground rise beneath you, about 40 feet up above everyone else. Kind of standing up there, and you feel your feet sink into the ground about an inch or so to where you are implanted, stuck into the stones. As like you're up onto this column, and you're now like you feel your feet kind of sink into where, like, you know, like kind of the Avatar Last Airbender, like they get stuck in the ground a little bit, stuff kind of like that.
But
Sense.
when you're at the beach and you wiggle your feet and then your feet get stuck in the mud.
Yeah, but then it turns back into stone, and
Yeah.
then like you can't move and you feel really tipsy,
Yes.
kind of thing.
The waves come and you get dizzy and then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, I just spit literally everywhere. And I said that out loud, so now that's on the recording. Cool. Okay.
Nice. Thank you for that. The rest of you, like, and you guys notice that the Froborg man seems to be kind of concentrating on something as this lady is going, and like she kind of helps him walk back towards the edge, and you can see like in the sand kind of dissolves and almost turns into dirt, and you can see like quickly sprouts of grass coming up, and then trees and just full-grown forest kind of sprouts. Like what would have taken years, 20, 30 years for the growth to grow, grows in literally a handful of seconds as it becomes thick and almost jungly in the center of this arena, to the point where you can almost hardly not see the edges of it around you. With that, you can hear almost like a microphone going off somewhere, like her voice booming, and you hear Kaletho say, "All right, you four, your job is to get them down. I would be careful if I were you, as you guys... There's 3 up on top, and 4 down."
Adelaide. So Adelaide and those guys are up.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
You guys are about what looks to be 120 feet. You can see them almost on the top of this pinnacle. Like I said, like 120 feet away. And it's thick. It's thick forest.
Oh my gosh.
Anyways, sorry. It's thick forest around you. It's really overgrown. So, with that, what do you guys want to do? You guys up top, you didn't lose any of your stuff. Your feet are just stuck in the dirt.
Are we allowed to do anything?
Yeah. I mean, she didn't say like you couldn't do anything. You see that they've evacuated. Up on top, you can kind of see them sitting down on kind of like the first rows of the Colosseum seating, just kind of watching what's going on.
Okay. How far up are we?
40 feet in the air.
Okay.
And quick question. We get the benefits of our leveling up, right?
Yeah. I mean, I told you to level up, so you got them.
Cool.
Some of the things, like, remember how I talked about, like, you guys getting, like, special things? You haven't gotten those yet. So, sorry.
I'm assuming I also don't have any of my gear.
You also don't have any of your gear yet.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
So us up here are also trying to get them up.
Yeah. They're trying to help you to get you down, but also you guys can help them to get up. It's...
Can I help myself get down?
Wait, do we have conflicting goals?
No.
No, we're trying to help each other down. Like, we're trying to help them to get unstuck and get down. They're trying to get down and unstuck.
But we can still do stuff, right? If we're up top, we're not just
you're not just stuck there.
Okay, cool.
You can help. You can do whatever you want.
What's in my surroundings? Is there anything to grab? Anything like
that? You've noticed that instead of like the sand, there's dirt, there's rocks and stones, there stuff like this around. That's mostly what you see in your immediate surroundings.
Okay. Well,
Pinky is going to fly straight up towards the people on top of the pillar.
Yeah. Yep. Pinky, I would like you to do... What's your passive perception, actually?
Just understand.
9.
Not yet.
Okay.
9? Okay. Yeah, you are zipping up there, and eventually you get right to him.
Perception check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you're looking around, you can definitely do a perception check.
All right.
The structure of the tower, whatever pillar that they're on.
Of course.
And analyze the trees and kind of see if there's movement or anything.
Okay. What'd you get for your perception?
Perception is an 11.
You notice that the tower that they've been on is just solid stone straight up, like in like a 10-foot by 10-foot by 40-foot just pillar.
No hand or footholds.
No hand or footholds, just smooth stone. You notice that while there are some close trees to it, they're only 20 feet tall at the max of where you could actually get to it, like climbing them. And after that, it's just kind of like the small branches that really couldn't get you anywhere. You see Pinky is already up there saying hi to him.
Barren's gonna start moving to the bottom of to the base of the pillar, taking the dodge action as he's moving through.
Okay, sounds good. So we have what Barren is doing. Opal, you get that. You don't necessarily see any crazy movement right now. You notice that the trees seem to be more rustling with the breeze as well as kind of the grass.
You guys trust me? As she's talking to Adelaide and Brent.
Sure. What are you thinking?
She's casting Vortex Warp. I'm gonna twin it.
Twin spell it?
Yep, I'm gonna twin spell. Vortex Warp, it's gonna hit Ren and Adelaide, and they can choose to do a Constitution saving throw, or they can choose to fail it.
What does this spell do exactly?
Wait, actually, how high up were we again?
40 feet.
40 feet.
40 feet? So, gosh.
It should be fine.
I think you should be fine.
Yeah, so Vortex Warp, you magically twist space around another creature. You can see within range. The target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, and the target can the target can choose. The target is teleported to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range.
What's the range?
90 feet.
90 feet? Yeah, you can send them down to the bottom.
Yep. And if they want to.
Yeah, send me down to the bottom.
Cool.
Okay. As Alia kind of focuses and stuff like that, what kind of is it like you shoot out an orb towards them, or is it more like what do you do? So
I think kind of like what would happen is like she would say Vortex Warp, and as she says it, it would basically be like you would hear like ticks of a clock, and then it's like as it hit like 2 ticks, like when the second hand, like the click, it would just white light or bright light would illuminate where they were at, and then where they now are.
Like a woo
kind
of thing. Yeah. As Barren, you're running up, you're pretty close to him. Moss, were you kind of staying back more towards the other edge, or were you kind of moving towards with Barren?
So Moss is just going to stay back, and I actually wanted to make like just a perception check, or just run my passive perception. Just sort of like looking around right now. Just like not much Moss can do, so he's just sort of observing the environment.
Yeah. Remind me what your passive perception is.
17.
Okay. As you're watching, I actually need to get out my dice to see if you notice this. Is my dice up there, Faith?
I can roll for you.
Nah, I got it. I like rolling dice. Not as much as I like playing D&D, but that's the kicker. So I get to do both at the same time. Wow. Yeah, okay. Huh. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, you don't really notice anything as you're doing kind of you look around. You do notice, I guess, the one thing that might stick out, and like you see what almost looks to be like a shadow of movement for just a second, but then it's not there anymore. Like when you look, you just see like plants and trees and stuff like that.
And where is the shadow of movement?
You almost seem like it was closer towards the pillar, like moving towards it. You thought for a second, but you'd have to do an actual perception check to be able to see. Like you'd have to.
Could I perception like that would have been enough to like do a real perception check, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 23.
You just barely passed. Pretty good.
Oh, no.
You got 22 on its stealth.
Oh my gosh.
It's about that moment. Barren, what's your AC?
15.
As well
No,
as
14. I don't have any of my stuff.
14.
14, I'm sorry.
It has. And Ren, as you kind of get teleported and you see Barren kind of running up to you, you both feel almost a sense of something grab your leg, and when you look down, you see vines. You feel it tighten around your leg.
I did say I took the dodge action.
Yes, you should have. It still gets you.
Okay.
It got a natural 20 and a 14 plus
You're
its
good.
modifier.
I'm just making sure.
For you, Ren, it also got a 14, plus a good amount. So it gets you as well. As you guys feel this tighten up, you get pulled into the bushes towards the, we'll say it's basically towards the west side, just kind of perpendicular to this kind of more path towards where you're in. And everyone sees them into like the bushes. I think it's about time to roll initiative.
Is there a map?
There is not. I just did not have enough time this week to be able to prepare that much for this session with like maps and stuff like that.
Okay.
If you would like, though, I could just get up like a simple map that's basic for placement if you'd like that, but it's not going to have any like detail.
That's fine.
So I guess just generally speaking, tower in the middle of a forest, 40 feet up. Alia's the only one on the tower. Everyone else is on the ground. Barren and Ren are getting pulled into the bushes.
Yes,
Pinky is on the tower.
Pinky's up
up there.
the tower. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Alrighty. So fun.
Okay.
Let me write down this. All right. 20 or 25 to 20.
Unnatural 20.
Okay.
I got it. 21.
Ooh, Ren.
Dang. I didn't know you could nat 21.
Yeah, nat 21.
Nat 21. My dice has more sides than yours. It's better.
You're supposed to roll the D100 for initiative, right?
I think I heard that once.
Yeah.
20 to 15.
15.
19. No one else?
I got 15.
Oh, you got you. Opal, did you say you got 15?
No.
Okay. Pinky. Then Barren. 15 to 10?
I got a 14.
And to 5?
I got a 6.
I got a rock.
Opal, what'd you get?
3.
Good job, Opal.
My dice have no dance.
That's okay. Okay. With that, Ren, you are being dragged through the underbrush by some of these vines. You're up first. What are you doing?
How girthy is whatever's grabbing me?
Like wrist size of
Okay.
vine.
Okay.
Pretty thick, yeah.
am I able to like draw my sword and like try to cut it?
Of course you can. Yeah, as you're getting dragged, you reach back and grab out your filleting sword for that big catch.
Would it be more optimal to cut barrens? Like, is that easier to get?
I would say not necessarily. It's probably about as difficult. I think
Okay.
you have one attack, basically, right now. You can choose either yourself or Barren, and try to roll for either one.
I'll do Barren.
Okay.
Okay. 21.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's good enough. Roll for some damage.
Okay. 3.
Yeah, as you go and you slash down on it, you get about halfway through it looks like, but you're not able, as you kind of see it, like kind of start squirming, like spurting like plant juices out.
Ew.
It doesn't look like it is enough to break through the entire vine. Let me turn on some like actual combat music for
Some
this.
plant music.
Yeah, instead of
Plant versus zombie.
Can I attack again? Is that a thing I can do?
Not yet, unless you're using your crossbow, since you can use that as like the dual wielding ability.
Yeah.
Or not crossbow, but your harpoon gun.
Yeah. Then no, I don't think I would draw my harpoon, my spear gun.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Moss. As you see them kind of walking past and you're looking that direction, you see them into the bushes, and you almost, like at that moment, you notice what looks to be a silhouette of some creature, but then you realize it looks more to be like, maybe that's just some of the undergrowth. It's kind of confusing for a second there. What are you doing?
So Moss is gonna run up to try and get a better look to see what's going on for like the first part of his action, so about 30 feet closer.
Okay. It said that you're about 120 feet away, so you're still about like 90 feet away from where they're getting dragged.
Oh gosh. And so with 30 feet, not able to see much more?
Not necessarily, no.
What's the range on? So I'm 90 feet away. Yeah, I guess if I'm 90 feet, I have to dash. I'm just going to dash closer to him. So use up the whole 60 feet of movement. So I'm about 60 feet away now.
Yeah. So as you run up, you are able to like kind of. Actually, just so you know, if you dashed and you're riding Philip, you can go 80 feet since he has 40-foot movement.
Oh
yeah. So riding Philip.
Yeah, put him into maximum overdrive. You kind of feel. He does like the goat scream. And I'm not going to do it because it doesn't pick up in the podcast when I listen to it.
Whenever we scream,
that just cuts out. And so he screams a big battle cry and charges forward. You're able to tell now that shape that you saw looks almost to be a moving, writhing form of plants and plant material. Pulling them towards it.
Got it. I'm about 40 feet away now.
Okay. Pinky. You hear Barren and Ren go, ah! And as they get pulled dragged away.
Right. Pinky will fly down at least most of the way, her 30 feet down. And I guess she can't, I don't know. Does she have any chance of like shooting the vines?
You can surely try.
Small of a... Okay. Cool.
It
That's what
will
she's gonna
probably
do.
be a harder DC because you're trying to go for something small.
Right.
Just so you know.
Yes. Or should I? Yeah, Pinky's gonna try and shoot it because her perception is trash. All right, here we go. Well, that is a 14.
Yeah, as you shoot, you're aiming kind of frantically, like, what's going on? And you just fire and you see a bolt kind of stick close to you, Barren, not too far away, kind of in the path of where you're being dragged. With that, Barren, it's your turn.
Okay.
Let's try and
you want
hide. Yes,
do yourself check. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
it's all good.
Sometimes you read so many things.
Nice. Let's see. Where's my stealth? That is a 21.
Okay. 21. All right, good to know. You were pretty stealthy. With that, though, as Pinky dashes into the trees and into the foliage. Barren.
So Ren is really close to Barren. Ren, do you have any daggers on you that are visible? Or no?
I don't have a dagger. I do have like just like a small knife.
Okay, is
Yeah,
that something that,
like that big? I don't know.
is that something
It's like
that
one of those curved knives for filleting fish, like small fish and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Just
is that something that like I'd be able to see as we're getting dragged?
I don't know. Chase can decide on that.
I honestly
Probably not.
probably not.
Okay.
That's just it's a really small knife.
You're good. As I'm getting dragged, I'm gonna try and find just a stone that I can like just grab onto, something just small, and I'm gonna grab that arrowhead that was stuck into the ground next to me.
Okay.
So I'll try and get both those up.
Go.
And for my first one, I'm gonna go ahead and throw the stone at Ren's vine. Okay, that's not bad. Is it strength or dex?
For throwing a stone, I would say that you could still use your dexterity
Okay.
for it.
16 to hit.
As you throw the stones, since you're aiming for a smaller target, it seems like that's kind of the issue. You see the stone go just right above it.
I'm right next to him too. Okay, and then I'll take the other arrow and I'll try and get it like right on mine.
Yeah, go ahead. Make an attack roll.
As my first one goes wild, that one.
That one. It's stabbing into the ground. You're not able to get it anywhere.
It's okay.
Alia.
Yes.
As you see Barren and Ren be dragged away, your feet still kind of stuck in. You can see the little pockets where their feet used to be. What size of feet do you guys have? Just wondering. Ren and Adelaide.
What size foot? That is something I did not include in her character design sheet. She's tall, so she's got the feet.
Size.
I don't know. I personally am size 6. I don't even know what normal size feet size are.
Size 10. I don't know.
Size 10?
Size 10 seems.
Is that normal for a?
Is that normal for
Size
How-
10 is
how-
huge.
That's pretty big for a girl.
She's
Well,
You might have
Size
big feet.
7 or 8, maybe 9 is what I would say.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm gonna say size 8 because she's quite tall.
All right.
So
Okay.
Ren would be like a 9.5. If it's European sizes, 43.
Yeah. So you notice, Alia, while you're looking down at where they used to be, their feet size seems fairly normal for their height and weight. So just throwing that out there. Anyways, you can get to on turn now.
Ren's got massive feet.
Lounge shoes.
Get clown shoes.
Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh gosh. As a free action, can I try and like dig myself out?
Yeah, of course. Not as a free action. That would take
Not as
your
a free-
action. You can definitely do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try digging myself out.
Okay. Are you just going to grab like a dagger and start chipping at the rock?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Do a strength check as you're kind of just trying to chip away as fast as you can.
That's not great. 7.
Yeah, as you kind of start chipping away, you're making progress, but it seems to be really slow. Like, give yourself an hour, you could probably have yourself out.
Okay.
Like the stone's not that thick. You're kind of thinking that you probably don't have an hour to work on this.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't know much else besides that, so
Yeah. With
So is Alia making progress then? So
not anything that she would need to be to actually get her out. It would take her an hour to dig herself out. It almost looks like. From you can't tell that, but that's like what's going on. You just see her kind of bang down, like with a knife, kind of chipping away at the stone that she's stuck in. With that, it is the monster's turn. As you guys are being dragged along the forest floor, kind of being brought towards this kind of silhouette of vines and roots and different plants that all mingled together. You see it kind of almost open up in almost kind of an anthropomorphic shape, and yet not, as it almost looks like a pile with arms as it's kind of dragging you with these vines. And you see that inside of it kind of opens up, and you can see what looks to be just in the middle of this basically pile of greenery, almost what looks like a pool of clear liquid as it kind of opens you up. With that, I'm gonna roll for this. Barren, would you like odds or evens?
Odds.
Odd. Barren, as it drags you forth, it kind of slows down with Ren, and you see it kind of lift you up, and it's going to try to put you into it. As you kind of feel yourself get like pressed into this mouth, it all kind of closes up around you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
No. 9.
oh,
That will
gosh.
fail.
Yeah. Let's go, guys.
All right. Let me roll this. You take 11 points of damage as you feel the roots start writhing around you, squishing your body almost in like an anaconda squeeze. You can feel almost like that pool of like clear liquid start burning your skin and stuff like that as you feel like you're probably starting to be digested.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
With that, you're also blinded as the vines kind of wrap over your face, covering your eyes. And as they wrap around your neck, you're not able to breathe.
Yui.
And that's...
Oh,
that's all it can do this turn. As Ren, you are still grappled, but you have not been engulfed, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Adelaide, you just watched Ren and Barren get dragged, and you watched Barren get literally devoured by some sort of entity out there in the woods.
Okay. Is he still visible to us, or was he like? Oh no.
Gone.
He's gobbled.
Yep.
Oh dear. Well, He's kind of rude anyway. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We love him. So how far away is the monster?
The monster from you, I would say, is only 15 feet away.
15 feet away.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the monster.
Okay.
So they have to succeed a dex saving throw.
All right, good to know. Dex saving throw.
Yes.
It rolls a 5, so it fails.
Excellent. So then it takes 8. This is not the 8 one. Haha. 1d8 radiant damage of 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, Adelaide's going to cast Spiritual Weapon. And it kind of appears as like the weapon is like a wing, kind of in a moon shape. And it has that same like kind of pearly kind of like luminescence that her hair and her eyes kind of do. And then and then it says I can attack the creature with it. It says on a hit the target takes. Okay, so I rolled hit, right?
Yep.
Yeah, roll to hit.
And I don't add anything to it, right?
I think you had your attack bonus.
Yeah, no spell attack.
14.
14, as it kind of comes up, it swings down and it looks like it hits into the like, vines that have almost been netted into what looks to be like sinuous muscles and stuff like that, bouncing right off. It's not able to get purchase in to actually deal what looks to be solid damage, so it does not hit with a 14.
Can I have it kind of hover nearby?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
I have a question. Because I'm inside it, do I take half damage?
Why?
Well, because I'm inside the creature.
Half damage for
It didn't
what?
hit.
Wouldn't from her first attack?
From her first attack?
Wouldn't any damage to it also harm me?
Sure.
I don't think
I
so.
know
No,
I just
because
know
the
that's
damage
normally
doesn't-
how it's.
the
What?
damage doesn't permeate through the creature.
That's why it's only half damage, right? Like you're not taking the full blood. It's like
No, think about
The
it.
thing is,
If I were to get punched in the face right now, my baby would still be fine.
yeah, but if someone punched you in the stomach,
Oh, that's
you'd take the damage, and so would the baby.
That's
Yeah,
true.
but
Because it
if,
depends
but if-
whoa.
real fast.
Listen to me. Listen to me. This is what we're going to do. Since Sacred Flame is a dexterity saving throw that targets one creature, we will not make Barren do a saving throw. Though if you do an area of effect sort of spell like that, if it feels right for the situation, that is when we'll have him take damage. If it makes sense. I feel like that fits.
Okay.
Are you okay with that,
Like
Kyle? Or
stabbing inside, right?
Yeah, that's different. Yeah. I don't like that example. That's sad.
Oh, sorry.
Kyle?
Don't punch pregnant people in the face.
Or in the belly.
Or just don't punch people.
I just wanted to bring that up.
No.
I wasn't sure how you wanted to rule that. So
I just feel like if it fits, like makes sense
Sure.
for the attack.
well, you just let me know when to do stuff, and I'll do it.
Sounds good. All right. With that, I think Adelaide, that was your turn.
That was my turn.
Opal, you're about 100 feet away, 120 feet away. We'll say this, Kyle or Moss and Opal, since it wasn't actually right at the base of the pillar, it isn't like it's not going to be all the 120 feet to it. It'll be about 100. So you're actually almost just like 20 feet away from it now that you've like dashed.
Okay.
So it's about 100 feet away for you, Opal.
Well, we shall dash as well. And the thing I would do is not a bonus action. That's not. The other thing I can do involves it's a constant. Can I do the last spell Thunder's everybody.
Yeah, that's a bonus action. You can start
It's a
that.
concentration.
It is a concentration.
So I don't. What's the range? The range is self, so I can't do it.
Yeah, no, you can. As a bonus action.
Well, it's a bonus action, but the range is myself.
Yeah.
It's reach.
Yeah, you can only do it to your own weapon. That's how it works. It's like you imbue your weapon with some sort of magical aura that will be able to do damage later on.
Yeah. So, and it's like the first time you hit with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration. So that's when the weapon will ring, and then I can deal extra damage. But I am not in range to hit it. So, right?
Yeah, but it's a concentration spell for 1 minute. So you can hold that. You can cast it now and hold it, and then use it later on.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. Bam.
Okay.
I don't know what to do now because I have to wait. Right.
So you just sprint forward, and as you're kind of running, you hold your axe, and you can almost see like the lines in the symbol kind of light up, and you can almost see like the crackle of like this almost iridescent like lightning flashing like throughout it as you run towards it.
Do that. And can the color be like amber, like the sacred flame?
Yeah, it can look like that amber color as you're running forward. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, Ren, what would you like to do?
So I'm being pulled towards this mouth, right?
Yes.
This digestive hole. I think I've already made a cut on the vine. I think I'm going to try to finish that off.
So you cut Barren's vine.
Oh yeah, it was
Barren's inside of it.
He tried to cut mine. Well, I'll try to cut mine then, because I assume that that's probably the best thing I can do is preserve myself. Then I can maybe try to get Barren out or something.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take my sword again. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work this time. That's a 6. Just kidding, not a 6, an 8.
Ooh, an 8?
Yeah.
That is just enough.
Oh, whoa! I didn't expect that. Okay, yeah. Cool.
It would have been just enough. But 8 is more than enough.
Okay.
As you kind of, the first time as you tried to reach over, you kind of didn't get good enough leverage on it. But this time you're able, as it's kind of more preoccupied with eating Barren, you were able to kind of grab it and do a really strong swipe down right through as it kind of starts squirming, and you can hear it kind of almost squeal a little bit. It takes a good amount of damage, 8 points of damage.
8 was to hit it.
Oh, 8 was to hit it.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
I rolled 6 and I was doing that.
Oh no.
But the damage is also 8, actually. So just kidding.
I don't think it hit. Sorry, I read the room wrong. That was my bad. I thought you said that you got a good number and then you got 8 points of damage. That's my bad.
Oh, it didn't hit.
Didn't hit. I'm sorry.
That's what I was expecting. I was stoked. I was like, oh, nice. 8. Cool.
That's really easy.
Oh, man.
No. I think Barren rolled like a 16 to try to hit or something like that.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to try to do? Like,
is there anything I can try? I can try my harpoon. If I miss with that, can I pull out my harpoon and try to like maim the creature? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to do that then. So I'll do this. Yeah. That was a 10. So
With a 10, as you shoot out, you're not able to like get it right on, but you see the harpoon shoot past it and lodges itself into a tree not too far away as it like starts to almost this mound starts moving and stuff like that. You see like the rope starts to look like it's getting taut as it's like still kind of trying to drag you away. I will give you that the rope has attached itself to a tree.
I'll take that.
You can hold on for dear life.
I will.
He like shot it, missed the creature, but then it got into a tree close by as it's starting to like move away. He feels like the rope starting to kind of like tighten up as it's trying to like kind of drag him with it.
Yes.
Moss, is your turn.
So Moss and Philip are going to ride up next to, because Ren, you're still getting pulled on the ground, right?
Yes.
And Moss is going to just take out his obsidian dagger and just cut the vines.
Okay. Roll for an attack.
And then no advantage. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it doesn't help. 9.
Oh my
9.
gosh.
Will not hit as you kind of go to like to snap, like start grabbing it and like start cutting it. It starts writhing as you're not able to kind of slow it down and hold it taut enough to like actually get a good jab at it.
So Moss is just yelling at it. Philip, slow down! Philip, slow down! Yes. Yeah, that's... Yeah. But I guess Moss's position, though, with the rest of Moss's movement, I don't know if he's maxed out his movement yet, but could he position himself like to step on the like to put Philip on top of the vines?
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. As you kind of ride up and you put him onto the vines, kind of trying to brace Ren a little bit, help him out, not being dragged anymore. That's kind of what you leave. You hear off in the distance as you kind of like are doing this, the voice of Kaletho kind of saying, something to the effect of, you guys might want to get the guy that's inside out too. He's not going to do good in there. And with that, Pinky, it's your turn.
Okay, Pinky is going to take aim at the one who has swallowed Barren, but intentionally try and not hit Barren inside with the bow, with her arrow, I mean. If that is at all possible.
Yeah, what I'll say is like if you get pretty close to the DC of it, I'll just roll for a chance to see if it actually does hit Barren or not. But if you roll high enough, then it has no chances of hitting Barren.
Okay. Do I get advantage?
Yes, you're hidden from it.
Cool. Just double checking. Okay. That is a 19 to hit.
Okay, 19. That is just high enough that Barren's not going to have to roll to, or I'm not going to have to roll to see if it hits Barren or not.
Cool. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that is 8 points of damage.
Points of damage. That is.
I rolled
8.
We got the 8 in there.
Wait, does she get her sneak attack?
Yeah.
Oh.
You added sneak attack damage, right?
I did. I rolled 2 1s and a 3.
Oof.
This is bad, guys.
And then Pinky's going to hide again.
Oh, sorry, McKay.
I'm fine.
That is a 22 to hide.
22 to hide. Okay, good to know. With that, as you kind of dash back up into the foliage, Barren, It's been a while since you feel like you've been engulfed by something.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Is there anything, like, I'm trying to fill around. Is there anything in here that I can grab and use as a weapon besides the little arrowhead that I have?
Yeah, make a investigation check. I'll let you do this for free.
Okay. 11.
11?
Yeah.
You find like a carpenter's hammer.
Hey, that'll do.
You finally find
reach,
the hammer.
I'll reach for that and like basically I'll put that in my offhand so I have the arrow in my good hand and I'll go for just try and slash while I'm inside.
You are at disadvantage since you are restrained.
Okay. That's gonna miss. And then I'll go with my offhand.
Okay.
Come on. That will also miss. Man, disadvantage sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm just gonna do action surge and I'll go again. I'll try to hit two more times.
Struggling?
Yeah, I'm just struggling.
Okay.
Okay. 19 to hit.
19 will definitely
And I'm
hit.
gonna do disarming strike.
Disarming strike.
Yes.
Interesting.
So that's with the arrowhead is the first one.
Okay.
That's gonna be it's a D. Sorry, this is the first time using these, so I'm excited. That's gonna be 7 points of arrowhead piercing. Is that piercing?
Yeah, piercing.
Piercing, and it needs to make a DC 14 or it drops.
Strength or dex?
Disarming is strength saving throw.
It rolled a natural 20.
Woof.
Ooh.
It does take 7.
Take 7, and I'll go with my other offhand.
Okay, sounds good. Just so you know, as you take that bolt, you feel something that's a little bit different texture, a little bit warmer in the middle of this pile, and that's what you stab. You feel it kind of writhe, and it almost like tries to like almost vomit. And says, but it's able to hold its own against that.
I'll try and go again. Let's do this one more time.
Monster House.
That's the fat miss. It's a nat 1.
Nat
What is
1.
Monster House?
So it's a girl house.
And then I'm going to.
It's a silly film, but it's good.
I'm gonna bonus action. Use my second wind.
Okay, to get some health back.
To get some health back. Yep.
All right, as you feel like you found a soft spot.
Okay, I'm back to full HP.
Awesome, that's good because he's probably going to keep eating you here pretty soon.
And I believe that is my go. I don't think I can do anything else.
All right, good to know. Alia.
Yes.
You are up on top of a tower.
Yes.
As things are going on down below.
Yeah. Do I see the monster from where I'm at?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
You can see like this writhing mass of vines that was disguised as the undergrowth of this area.
How far away is it?
I'd say from you it's about 60 feet.
Okay. I'm going to cast Chaotic Spell. Or, Chaos Bolt, my bad. And that is a 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
Sweet. And then
Let
damage.
me know what type of damage it is.
This is going to be fire damage.
Okay.
7 plus 7, 14. Oh, and this is at second level, by the way.
Okay.
18. 23 points of damage.
Good. Is that all fire damage?
All fire damage, yes.
Okay. Good to know. 23 points of fire damage. Okay. As you cast this Chaos Bolt and you see this massive writhing flame head down towards it, it slams into the side. you can see almost like and smell, especially those of you that are kind of closer to it, Moss and Ren, especially you, Barren. Yeah, he something. He feels some heat, that's for sure, but it doesn't burn him since she rolled so high. You smell the burning plant, but that damage doesn't seem like it did as much damage as it was supposed to, as this sort of fire almost looked like it was resistant to that.
Oh no.
All right.
All right. With that, it is the monster's turn. It is going to first use one of its attacks to try to grapple Moss, as it is kind of he's standing there by the vines. What is your AC?
14.
It rolled a 13.
There's a Philip. The boy Philip went. Ah!
You're certain he is able to just dodge right out of the way just in time as the other mass of vines that had picked up Barren kind of goes to grab and wrap around you two. He is able to just jump right out of the way just in time. With that, as you're holding on Brandon to the rope, or Ren, it is going to try to grab you, pick you up, and slam you down onto the ground.
Whoa!
It will, since you're kind of tethered down, I'd like both of you to kind of do a strength check to see if it's able to kind of get enough of you to whip you down.
Just a straight strength check?
Yeah.
Okay.
9.
9? Yeah. It rolled better than that.
Oh gosh.
It got 19. As you feel like your hands start slipping through the rope as it gets a little bit of purchase on you. Let me make the actual attack roll now. Your armor class is a 15?
Yeah, well, it's 13.
13. Okay. Good to know.
I should have just said it was 15. That was a rookie mistake.
As you feel yourself get picked up, and you feel that feeling when you're on a roller coaster where your stomach goes from the bottom to the top to the bottom. You go up into the air almost 15 feet as you're kind of just holding onto this rope as much as you possibly can as it's slipping through your hands. You feel yourself come down and you hit hard. Take 17 points of damage.
Oh! I will vomit. Is vomiting a free action?
Yes, you can vomit whenever you want to.
I'll do that. Take advantage of that opportunity.
You hear from the crowd, Kaletho.
There's a crowd?
Yeah, the crowd of two, Kaletho and Deniz. They both go, ooh! Ah.
Yeah.
With that, it is going to start moving as it shuffles 20 feet towards the base of the tower. A little bit farther. Because it's now 60 feet away from you. As it kind of seems to almost start wrapping itself around the tower as it's kind of carrying Ren behind it, as he's still kind of you're at the last bit of the rope of the harpoon gun, just holding on for dear life, and trying not to gag on the acidic flavor in your mouth.
Yum.
Yum.
Do I take any?
You do. Let me roll for you as well.
Figured it.
You take 16 points of damage as it's moving. You can feel your body almost being raked and squished, and almost feels like you're being pulled and compressed apart. It's a very strange feeling at one time. You're being stretched, but you're also being squished. That is its turn. Adelaide is still fairly close to you.
So both Moss and Ren are now caught, right?
Moss did not get caught. It barely missed him.
Philip won the day.
Barren's inside.
Barren's still inside.
So I would like to cast Moonbeam.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm going to cast it right in front of the pillar. So it's not striking through the center of the monster. It's striking through like where it would have wrapped around the tower. But it's not like on top of
What is the radius of Moonbeam?
5 feet, but 40 feet up in the air.
5 feet by 40 feet. I'm a little concerned because I think if it's a 5-foot radius, you would also be getting Alia, who's up on top of the tower, in that same hit.
Just do it.
How wide is the monster?
Just do it. Sacrifice.
The monster's large. It's like 10 foot by 10 foot.
So could I just get... No, because that... Barren. Dang it. Okay, what if I did it kind of instead of in front of the pillar? What if I did it off to the side?
I think you either kind of have to choose. You either hit Barren or Alia, maybe even Ren. You gotta kind of choose which one is going to take the damage.
If you do it.
If you do that.
If I already said it, do I have to go through with it?
Not necessarily, but I would like to keep moving. So if you...
right, I'll cast it, and I think in hopes that the monster would get rid of Barren, I would cast it on the monster. Then
just so Barren's going to get it.
Okay. Half though, right?
Roll. What does it need to roll? Say dexterity.
So you don't anything until it's your turn.
Okay.
Because it's if you enter into the cylinder.
Oh, perfect.
Or if you end your turn there.
One more chance.
So wait. It says when a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, it is engulfed by ghostly flames that cause searing pain and must make a Constitution saving throw. So if it enters the spell's area as I'm casting it, do I still wait?
We'll do it on its turn.
Okay. Okay.
So it can't move. It'll just happen then. Just remind me that it has Moonbeam on it.
Okay. And then as a bonus action, how far did the monster move?
20 feet.
20 feet? Oh, that's perfect. So I'm going to send my spiritual weapon after it, and I think I'm actually going to have it come down on the vine that's holding Ren.
Perfect.
So then I roll this, and it doesn't hit him, as I rolled a 3.
Yeah, it doesn't hit him.
So.
Sorry.
Vine is like so good.
This vine. Ooh, ooh.
I have a quick question, Chase.
Yeah.
The moonbeam you said was on the monster. Does that also hit Alia, or is it off center of where Alia is at?
So she basically had to pick either you, Ren, or Barren, and she chose Barren. So Barren will have to do some saving and throwing.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
Opal. You are 60 feet away.
All right. Can Opal run up, dash, sets her full movement, and use her bonus action to hit with her?
No. Unless you have an ability that allows you to use your bonus action for an attack.
No.
I don't think you do.
So I run up to it and be like, "Oh, you don't eat my friend! Stop!
Stop it!"
Yeah, I don't have any bonus actions that allow me to do that unless these friends are bonuses, which I don't think they are. Like Sacred Flame is not, Guidance is not.
Mm-hmm.
Him. Yeah, the rest of my stuff is not.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I think you're just sprinting.
I'll just waddle on up there and be like, "You're doing great, guys. Keep it up."
Yes.
How rude.
Okay, good to know.
That's all I can do.
That's all you can do, Faith. That's all you got, Opal. Ren, you take a chance to kind of lean over and wipe your mouth as you're still kind of gasping from the pain.
So I think I can't shoot my spear gun again because it's already in something.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna try the sword on the vine again.
Okay.
I think that's really the only thing I can do. So, oh my gosh, 6. Rolled a 2.
I'm sorry.
Is anyone
Two.
flanking the monster?
No one's necessarily flanking it because he and Moss are basically kind of standing side by side. And he was also kind of dragged a little bit away from Moss. The only one that may, Alia would be on the side that would be flanking, but she's also 40 feet up in the air, so it doesn't really count. So, with that, Ren, as you kind of just keep trying to get away from this thing, but because of the pain, your vision is blurry. You're not really able to find a purchase on this vine.
Mm-hmm.
Moss.
All right. Yeah. So Moss, I have a question, and I want to see how you rule this.
Yeah.
So if I cast an area of effect spell, can it affect both the vines and the big monster?
Sure. What's the area effect spell?
So it's Ice Knife.
Okay. What?
So I guess how I'm seeing it in my head, or what I want to run past you is the knife would hit the big creature, but when the knife explodes, everything in 5 feet away from it also has to make a dex save or take cold damage. I'm curious if the vines would take that also.
I'd say yes. That seems pretty dang cool.
All right.
Literally cool because it's Ice Knife.
And so Moss is going to sit there frustrated, and he's going to look at his obsidian knife, and then his hand is right next to it. It's just going to form an ice knife that matches the shape of his obsidian knife. He's going to yank it at the monster. Roll the hit. Come on, big money. 17.
17 will hit.
Heck yeah. The ice knife is going to pierce itself inside its side. Gonna take 2 points of damage. That's but then everything, so the monster itself and then everything within 5 feet needs to make a dex save, DC being 13.
Would you say, I think Ren is far enough away, but would you say Barren would probably have to make that save as well since he's inside, or?
I'll let you roll it whatever way.
I think so, because he's kind of in the middle. You can't.
It's at disadvantage, right?
It's at disadvantage since you're restrained.
And it's a dex save?
Yes.
Yep, dex save. You gotta dodge the cold, Bear.
Nope.
Alright. And does the creature dodge though?
It needs to make a dex save as well. It will fail.
Awesome. Only 5 points of cold damage. So
Okay.
2 points of piercing, 5 points of cold.
All right.
The vines break.
Half for you. I'll say we can half the damage since it's taking the brunt of it. I think that's fine to roll.
So 3 or 2?
Though you do notice, it would be for 5. It'd be 2 because I think you should round. I round down usually.
Okay.
You do notice that as you hit this with this ice knife in the chill, similar effect to what you saw with the fire, as it doesn't seem to be doing as much damage as it's supposed to.
Makes sense. But
as it seems to be resisting this type of damage.
does the cold break the vines?
With how much you rolled, it looks like it's about halfway cut. Kind of like the same situation.
Kyle just
it's got a level of damage that you gotta do, and you just haven't gone it there.
Okay, well, freak. Yeah, Moss is going to move back a little bit, but that's about it. So Moss stays within 30 feet, but he wants to stay about 30 feet away at all times.
Okay, sounds good. As you kind of ride back away from this whole scenario.
Yep.
I'm sorry, man. It's just
It's how the dice roll.
yeah. Pinky, you're still hiding up in the trees.
Yep, she's gonna take another shot at this thing. All right. That is a 21 to hit.
That will hit. Roll for
I'm going to do
damage.
some more damage this time. Okay. 7 points of damage. Wait, sorry. 10 points of damage. Sorry.
It's the most we've got.
She rolled high enough that you didn't take any damage, Barren. As you kind of pull down, you're able to aim and shoot into kind of the mass of writhing vines. And it seems like you're able to get good purchase in doing damage. You see like the crossbow bolt kind of disappear inside. Barren, you feel the crossbow bolt. A second one kind of close by.
Arrow.
An arrow, my bad.
It's like sweet.
I don't know why I was saying crossbow, my bad. An arrow bolt kind of similar size as the one that you have already. Kind of come through the vines, stabbed into one. With that,
I'm going to hide.
you're going to hide. Roll for your hiding.
Is only a 14 this time.
Okay, good to know. Awesome. Check something. Okay, good to know. Next up, Barren. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
He's going
Since
to
you're
die.
in the effect.
Was I supposed to do that the first time as well, or the second time?
No, just right now.
Oh, okay.
I think it's also at the start and if you end your turn in it.
Oh, so you didn't have me roll one of the times then, yeah.
This is for Moonbeam, isn't it?
This is for Moonbeam, yeah.
Oh, Moonbeam. 17.
17?
Wait,
Was that
con. Just kidding. Con save. 21.
He's good.
He's good. It still does damage.
Okay.
If he's
Half
also in
damage.
the middle of it with
I will say, since it's half of half, I'll say this first time you take no damage because
Okay.
it like you're being able to be protected by the creature itself.
Gotcha.
Though at the end of your turn, since you will still be in this, unless you're able to escape
To get
during
out.
this time, you will
Um,
also take the damage again.
I'm assuming I can't break the grapple because I'm
You
like
could
a
sure
goal.
try to like use your strength to like pull yourself out of it.
And
It
it's
would be
it's still at
excessive strength.
disadvantage, right?
I don't know if it necessarily be
I
a
think
disadvantage.
because I'm restrained.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a saving.
I'll just go for an attack then. I'll go for my first attack with the arrow. Not one.
Okay.
And
What
I
are these
will
rolls?
Rolled off the map.
It's been so bad.
it roll off the mat, but I already called it. Normally I don't do rolling off the mat, but it just barely slid. And then this is my offhand attack. It's a 9.
No, that won't do it. As you're still.
Won't. I am still stuck in there. I can't do anything. Yeah. I can't do anything.
Okay. Make another Constitution saving throw as you are still kind of bathed in this.
Same. 21.
Yeah, you don't take any damage from that, but you're still inside of this monster.
I am.
With that, Alia, you're standing up there. You looking down at it.
Case, I gotta be honest with you, man.
What's that?
I forgot the very beginning of combat. I guess we both forgot.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
And so I'm going to take that right now.
If you want to, you can, but I would allow you, since this is kind of a more familiar space, and you know it's not necessarily like for sure, like this is like probably a life or death scenario. This is more of like they're trying to throw you guys for a loop, and
they're just trying to be mean. All right.
Yeah.
All right. If you're okay with it, then I will cast Chaos Bolt again.
Okay. I will allow you to do it.
Okay. 20 unnatural.
That will hit, and Barren won't have to do any rolling because it's high enough.
5 is 13. And plus 5. 18 points of acid damage. We're going to try acid.
Ooh. Okay, awesome. Yeah, 18 points of acid damage. Yeah, that... Yeah, that seems like as you cast this acid, it's almost like this glob of clear, burning, like kind of almost smoking liquid. As it hits it almost kind of starts reeling from the damage. It seems like that made a good impact with it.
All right.
Brandon.
I don't know. With that though, it is the monster's turn. First off, Barren.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do you first.
Yeah.
Make your Constitution.
Do I make a con save? I think I just take the damage, don't I?
No, my bad. I should have had you been doing con saves for it. I just realized that.
Mm.
So do 2 of them. 2.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. So this time you're good. You will not take any damage.
Okay. Oh, do it again.
Do it again. One more time.
3.
3. Okay, you'll take the damage from last time. We won't errata that. But
It's in the moonbeam.
the monster's in the moonbeam. It starts its turn. It needs to make a Constitution save. It gets not that good. It gets a 9, so it's going to fail.
Yes, it is.
Is there any other special effects that Moonbeam does other than radiant damage?
On each turn after you cast a spell, you can use an action. Okay. If it fails, it also instantly reverts to its original form if it's a shape changer.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's a shape changer.
It is a writhing mass of vines and plant material, so not necessarily, no.
So then I roll 2d10s, right? Which is this guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It says 3. 8. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage, yeah. As you're able to hit it, it's like, you notice that it's kind of writhing from the pain of being in this blast of radiant damage. It is going to kind of move half of its movement to kind of start crawling. That's actually, it's going to use all of its movement. It's going to start going up and kind of turn around the edge of the pillar as it's starting to seemingly climb up. Is going to go to the other side, so that way it is not in the middle of Moonbeam, leaving its area of effect.
Okay. Is anyone still tangled up in the vine?
Ren is.
That is still okay. I'm gonna have the spiritual weapon try again.
Wait. That is it?
Spiritual weapon is a bonus action.
It is, but it's. Did we skip your turn? I think it's your turn actually.
Whose
She's
turn?
taking your turn right now.
My bad. I thought it was the monster's turn. The monster's going to stay right there, so it actually hasn't. So it won't have done the.
It's your turn. Because I did moonbeam and then I just started doing it like it was a turn. This is the monster's turn.
No, it's your turn because you never took a turn. Wait, no.
It's
You're
the
monster.
It's the monster's turn.
Monster.
Yeah. So
So that's coming up, friend. Get ready. It's coming.
okay, that's why I was a little confused on. I was like,
I know.
wait a
That's
minute.
Awesome.
If it's your turn and you're doing that, why is it moving?
D&D, guys.
My bad, Chase.
No worries.
Sorry.
It's okay. That happens. But how close are you to it?
You said before that it was like 15 feet away, but then
Yeah.
it moved to 20 feet.
I think it's still within. It's like 15 feet away still.
Okay.
That's not close enough for it to try to grab you. I think the only person that's close enough is still Ren. Ren, you're at the end of your rope. Is there any? We'll just do another strength check to see if you can kind of hold on.
I'm trying my best.
Not bad.
16, baby.
16. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
I'm sorry.
Maybe the
Ooh,
best
you rolled a 20.
tonight.
You got 21.
Am I about to have a buddy?
Yeah.
As
Hang on tight, I'm coming.
it rips you off from the thing, and it is going to go and kind of pull you towards it. In like you're kind of being dragged, it's going to slam you again
Oh, it can probably
into the pillar itself. Though doing so, it rolls a natural 1. And so as it's trying to pull you in, it isn't able to quite get you all the way. And it will not let go, but it will not be able to find purchase. So you do not take any damage this turn. Just so you guys know, if any of you guys roll a natural 20 on attack, just remind me so that way we can do the lingering effects.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So just want to put that out there. With that, just so you know, Opal, it's not out of your range either. It went kind of more towards the side and just a little bit up. So it's kind of started working its way up the top of this pillar, almost away, but not far enough to like miss.
Man, if Barren could say something right now.
He would say that. Adelaide, now it's your turn. Actually, wait. No, it left the moonbeam. It's your turn, though.
I'm going to okay. Channel divinity.
Okay.
And I'm going to move into the radius. So it's like a 30-foot little sphere around me.
Okay.
And I'm moving so that the sphere of light is engulfing the monster with Barren on the inside and also Ren, right?
And you can also get Moss. He's close enough.
Moss. I'll get Moss. Yeah, why not?
Pinky also might be close enough. I'll say Pinky's close enough too.
Okay. So I'm going to be following the monster. So if y'all end your turn in the sphere, then you get...
Even Opal's inside of it. I just realized.
Oh, sweet!
Like, you have a lot of people here.
Divinity, all of us together. Free hit points. So if you end your turn in the sphere, you get... This is not the monster, though. I don't want him to have it.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
okay.
no, it's only creatures that you
Okay.
choose.
I don't want the monster to get any goodies. But you can I can give you temporary hit points, or I can end being frightened or charmed. So I'll just give y'all that are tired and sick some temporary hit points.
Roll how much HP? I think it's you roll a d6 plus
1d6 plus my level. So 8. You get temporary 8 temporary hit points when you end your turn. When you end your turn in the sphere. And then
it doesn't stack, does it?
Temporary hit points do not stack.
But it does last for 1 minute, which is 10 rounds. So as long as I stay concentrated on it, then we should be good. Okay, and then I'll use my bonus action to have my little weapon try to. Oh wait! Did Ren get eaten? Are you
No, Ren's not eating.
Okay,
He's still attached.
we're gonna try to slice the
Okay.
thing again.
Do an attack roll.
Okay. Okay, what do I add?
Your attack bonus.
18.
18's just enough.
Yes.
Okay. Roll for damage.
Okay.
Chop it.
I'm super excited about this. Okay, 1d8. That's this boy. Plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is
I don't think you just.
wisdom. Plus that's 2. So
Plus 2.
4 points of damage to the little root.
You know what? It had already been damaged by the ice knife. So with that, that's enough damage to separate the vine that has been surrounding Ren's leg. Ren, you who've been thrown around and thrashed, you see this almost angelic-like wing weapon come down and slice through that vine as you are freed from this prison that you've been put in.
After it's tried like 15 different times.
With that, Opal, it's your turn.
I want to go and swing my axe at the vines, particularly at the lower portions where, like, can I be able to tell that there's a base? And just right up above it. So I'm aiming for the lower half for liquid and not to hit berry.
Okay. Roll to see if you hit.
Hey! That's a 16.
16 will hit. Roll for damage.
Music. Well, I will die.
She already has the thunder smite
Oh, she
going.
does.
Is lightning damage, right? Or is it radiant? This is very important.
I'm pretty sure it's lightning.
Okay. Can you tell me the damage separately from your slashing and your lightning damage?
It's thunder damage.
Oh, thunder? It's thunder damage. That is really good. Okay.
Yo! Hey!
Good to know.
All right. When the weapon hits, the weapon will ring thunder. Well, your weapon rings thunder that is audible within 300 feet of you. And the attacks deal a good number. And is that in addition to this 2d6 plus the weapon of the...
Yeah, it's plus the damage of the weapon.
Let me get my dice out. I put it away. So I wanted to try showing my dice being like, all right, guys, you're the only guys on the table. This is all you.
I told her about that. She needs to be a little more committed to her dice.
Okay. And then you. Trash. Okay, so
you. Bad.
all right, that's 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage
Also,
plus the thunder smite.
yes, that's plus all that. Plus, additionally, if the target is a creature, it must succeed a strength saving throw.
Okay.
You had +4 to that damage as well.
Oh, I do. That's a 13 points of damage. That's a 13. And then strength saving throw, which would be against my spell. Yes.
Hey, that was a great hit.
Strength
Strength saving throw.
And
It
saves against my DC, right?
It gets a 20
Cool.
to save. It seems really strong and really constitutional as you're looking at like the sinuous vines that almost make up the muscles of this creature.
Okay, so there's that.
With it kind of like you almost hear like a as it like kind of wreathes back and is trying to like almost crawl up the pillar more. It seems like that's the direction it's going.
Okay, I was about to ask, can I do a quick glance at what I may assume it's doing? Oh no, okay.
Yes.
Alright, I think that's all that I kind of do, unless I can add Divine Smite to that, but that's I thought that was when I got a crit. That's when I could use it.
You can use Divine Smite anytime. So if you want to, you can use it, but it's best to use it during a critical because it doubles the dice. It makes it really juicy.
Okay.
With that, Ren, is your turn.
Okay. So the angelic presence has freed me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to... So really the only thing now is it's still there. Barren's still inside, correct?
And Alia is still not freed at the top of the tower.
Okay, Alia's at the top of the tower. I have no way to get up there. So I will just attack the thing, which is stupid. I'll try to maybe like get a good position, try to like flank it or something, get behind it.
I think where Opal is, you could like run around the other side of the pillar and get onto the other side flanking with Opal and get advantage.
Cool. And then I will attack.
You also probably could like load in one of your harpoon bolts again if you'd like to.
I do have that.
So you can do your slash and your...
Would that be an action or just like a bonus?
No,
reaction?
you, because of who you are, you get, it's like you don't get the loading property of like weapons. It's negated for you.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So I attacked with the sword and I rolled a 19 plus 4.
Let's go.
So pretty awesome, I'd say.
Let's go.
And then let's okay. 8 points of damage plus a D8 because Colossus Slayer.
Whoa, it has lost hit points. You're right. Okay, roll your D8.
That's a 5. So 8 plus 5 on that.
13. Nice. That was a pretty good hit, you feel like.
Finally.
Yeah. Would you like to use your offhand to shoot it as well? Harpooning it, or no?
Is there like a tactically good spot to like, shoot it with the harpoon with like the ropes and everything? Like, is there like I could help Alia somehow, or if I'm probably behind it or something, but like if I could shoot it in so the bear can just like grab on or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. You can shoot in it and hopefully maybe purchase enough to where Barren can find that inside that the end of the harpoon and grab on.
Okay, awesome. Do I get advantage on this or no?
No, it's like ranged attack. I don't think it's
okay.
I think flanking's only for melee weapons.
No worries. 21.
Yeah, let's go on hit. Let's do this.
And then that's 5 points of damage.
Ooh, it's looking like it's getting a little hurt. Okay. Yes.
With what I was specifically aiming for, did any of the juices, which Opal wouldn't know about, but with where she was specifically aiming with things spew out, lowering fluid, never?
Not necessarily, no. You feel like you got a really good thunk into that bad boy. Yeah. With that, Moss, is your turn.
All right.
Can I holler at Moss?
Yeah, you could. It's a free action to talk, just so you guys know. Like you can do that out of combat.
So Moss from Adelaide's just going to shout at you and just say, Moss, do you have a way to change the terrain at the top of the tower?
No.
Can I holler at Alia?
Yeah.
Alia, can you change the terrain at the top of the tower?
No. I can put grease on it.
I can put grease on it.
All right. Real
Grease.
fast, Chase. How hurt is this monster?
It looks fairly hurt. Not like
Okay.
it doesn't look like it's right about to die, but it's looking pretty hurt. You feel like you guys are maybe hearing like you could get it pretty soon.
Moss is gonna go in hard. So Moss is gonna go in for the attack. While going there, he's gonna activate his ability, Symbiotic Entity, as there begins to be some pulsing within Moss's veins. As he jumps off of Philip, pulling out both of his daggers, he's gonna slash at it twice. First slash is going to be does a 16 hit?
16 will hit.
Okay, so the first one's going to be for 16. That's going to be a 2 plus 3 is 5. Sorry, I just got to read this to make sure I do the math right on it all. Oh yeah, so 5 plus 1d6. Grabbing it real fast. So the first one's going to hit for 8 points of damage. The first slash. And 3 of those are necrotic, if that's needed.
Good to know.
The second one. Huh?
Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, the second one's a 12. I don't know if that's gonna hit.
12 will not hit. As you kind of jump off of Philip as he's kind of rides towards it, you are able to stick the obsidian one down, raking it as you kind of feel like there's almost this growth from inside your hand, like traveling along the edge of the blade and into the creature itself, as it's almost like these, like, you know what like termite tunnels look like, as like from wood termites and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you almost get that like look going over the knife blade. And entering into this, but it's not like made out of like the salivary pulp of the termites. It's like it's like this kind of that same color as your veins, doing that extra little symbiotic damage.
Okay.
You kind of fall back down onto the ground. Is there anything else you can do?
Yeah. So with that, I do have to run, but if the monster's still alive when it starts its turn, because it's within 10 feet of me, it's going to take 2d4 necrotic damage, just as a heads up.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
That's all Moss is going to do.
Yeah, sorry that we went a little longer, Kyle.
No stress, no stress. I will talk to you all later. Sorry, gotta run. Bye.
Bye.
Hear about this little story.
Can I heal up Ren and Moss because they were in the circle of divinity? They ended their turns in the sphere.
I think Ren can get the temporary hit points and stuff like that. And so is Moss. Yeah.
But Moss didn't lose any hit points, did he?
I don't think
you still get temporary hit points.
Yes.
Temporary hit points are different than
it's
your
not
HP.
healing. It's added bonus HP basically.
Temp HP, current HP. So it takes your temporary HP first, and then it goes to your normal hit dice.
Okay.
Roll your d6, and we'll just add it to both of them.
Okay, it's a 4.
Okay. Ren and Moss get 4 extra little life points.
That's juice. Yeah.
Okay. With that, Pinky, you get some hit points, and it's your turn. Would you like to roll for Pinky's HP?
She would get 8.
8. Woo! 8 temp HP is good.
Okay. People are next to it, right? So I get advantage whether I hit well enough or not.
Yes. Well, not advantage. You get
sneak
the
attack.
ability to use your sneak attack.
Okay. But was I hidden well enough to get sneak attack, to get advantage?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, either way, it doesn't matter.
Gonna shoot it again.
Come on.
And that is a 14 to hit.
That will miss as your feel like you're stealthy, but just at that moment, like you see like one of its not tentacles, but it's kind of tentacly vine whacks into the tree that you're kind of hidden in, and it kind of rocks your shot, making the arrow go wild.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bonus action hide then.
No. Okay. Roll your stealth.
And you're frozen. Dang it.
Hey, I'm not. Am I frozen?
Shouldn't
No.
be frozen.
You're good.
Maybe she's frozen.
She's not frozen. I see her moving.
We can still see you.
What'd you get?
Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Yeah, she can't see us.
Oh no! Well,
Hi.
we don't know what's going on. You want to text her and say
Yeah,
we
I'll
can
just
hear her?
say
Can you not hear me? Can you not see me?
We
we can see you and hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
What'd you get?
I got a natural 20 to hide.
Good to know. You're a little
I
sneaky.
thought that was damage. I was like,
All right. With that, Barren, make a Constitution saving throw
for.
for it crushing you.
Oh, do I do that at the beginning of my turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can he also get
Or maybe at the end of your turn.
Double check.
10 hit points?
It's probably at the beginning, if I had to guess. Yeah, I still get the 10 hit points. What's the 10 hit points?
6.
Oh,
believe it's 5.
it's at the start of each of the mound's turns. Okay. I'll allow you to not do it.
read the rules, my dude.
I mean, you're going to take the damage anyways.
Maybe I'm not.
I mean, up to this point, you would have taken the damage
Who
anyways.
knows? Okay, so you said that there is a harpoon shot in it now?
Yeah, as you like kind of feeling around, you feel like a sharp as you not get stabbed by it, but as you feel something impact it and you kind of like reach up, you feel like the cold, like metal shaft of.
And does it have a rope? How does it have a rope on it?
It's a rope kind of tied to it, like on a loop towards the back end.
Oh, was it the same bolt as he shot before
Oh no, it's a different one, but he just has multiple bolts.
with rope? Oh,
Hmm.
oh,
I'd sell that. Like, it's a fishing
I don't know.
fishing
I don't know
harpoon.
how
You'd have like at least
fishing
like
harpoons
3 harpoons that you could shoot pretty quickly after one another. And you, if he need to, he could like reload it pretty quick. But
Sure. Well, I'll use my. Yeah, I guess I'll use an action to try and use that to help pull myself through it. I guess.
make a strength check without disadvantage because they are assisting you with the harpoon. And it also needs strength.
Whoa! I might have a chance at this, guys.
Did you actually
Strength saving? No, just a check. 19.
It also rolled a 19.
No.
That is so sad. I'm pretty sure it goes to the.
I think it goes to the defender. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say.
Or does it go to attacker?
Technically, I'm not attacking.
Yeah, you're trying to run. I don't know.
Well,
I'd say
I don't know. Let me look it up.
See, if I had a +1 to my strength, then I would have been fine. I have 0. I have +0.
could have pulled.
Could have pulled. I don't think. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do.
think if it's a tie, the state that is going on at the moment, if it's a contested,
I think it
skill
stays
check,
the same.
I think it stays the same.
Yeah.
So I think you're still.
We can
stuck.
double check it, but yeah, for now we'll move past it and
with the same thing, you feel like you're able to get yourself into a position where you're able to be more easily pulled out.
And it's moving away from that rope, right?
Yeah, like it's moving away.
So if I just kind of hold on to it, maybe I'll get.
Maybe the other guys can
Yoink.
kind of tug you out.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all I can do. I don't really think I can do anything else. So.
All right, Alia.
Yes, it is my
It's coming towards you.
Oh man.
Correctly. An attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature.
For Thunder Smite, you
Still hit.
You still hit, but that's good to know. Go ahead, Alia.
I'm gonna cast Chaos Bolt again.
Classic. All reliable.
It's the only damage spell I have. So,
Okay.
what's 6 plus 8? Somebody do that math for me.
6 plus 8 is 14.
Plus another 5.
Man,
19.
that's
Dude, I'm
crazy
just,
damage.
yeah, it's 2d8 plus 1d6.
And that's a first level spell?
It's a first level spell. Second level spell, it's 2d8 plus 2d6.
Interesting. Okay,
And it's
so how
maybe
much
acid damage. 20, it was
20?
6, no,
6 plus 8 was 14.
and then
Plus
plus
your
5.
last roll.
Plus the 5 was 9.
So
19.
19.
19 points of acid damage. Beautiful spell. It's become one of my favorite damage spells for low level characters.
Let me check for something. Wow. Okay. With that, Alia, again, how'd you like to murk this monster?
Oh,
That was a lot of damage quickly, so.
It wouldn't be like anything. I think she would be more like on the verge of like free. Like she's been able to like maintain some type of like composure, but as the monster starts coming towards her, she starts to like have like the onset of like a panic attack, and so she just starts hucking acid. That's all.
Stay away,
Yeah.
stay away, stay away.
Yeah, pretty much.
As it's crawling up to you, just to kind of describe it as we're getting out of combat. Everyone, I imagine, kind of everyone else down below kind of grabs hold of the rope as they start kind of tugging. As the creature kind of higher and higher it gets towards you, starts like almost like melting as it's going, wrapping its vines around, as it slowly kind of falls apart, kind of revealing Barren. You're able to get pulled out by the other group kind of down below outside as you kind of tumble 20 or so feet down. I would like you to do let me roll your damage. 12 points of damage. I rolled max fall damage as you fall right on your head.
Put me out.
Okay. And with that, you see it as it's kind of crawling up, falling apart. It almost gets to you, Alia, as it's so close. You just keep throwing this acid onto it as you're magically summoning it. And Risebow, as it's about to like wrap around you, it falls limp and as a big splash of somewhat miscongealed plant fiber and mush as you guys are now out of combat. As you kind of look around, it's almost a little bit quiet.
I'm actually gonna run up to the vines and just like start stomping on it and just you stupid green vines, I hate you. Strumpet! I'm Baron Ravenfrost and I've never lost a fight.
Ravenfrost.
Baron
As you all
Ravenfrost.
kind of watch him like get up, and he looks super haggard and covered in goo, and just starts kicking it in his nice, not as nice now, but nice silk shirt, yelling this profanities and telling it who he is. You kind of hear like the slow clap of Kaletho, and you kind of see her through like kind of the tree line. She's like, that was quite entertaining, though you still have one friend stuck up there.
Pinky's gonna fly to the top, and I don't know what she's gonna do, but she's gonna attempt to get Alia out of there.
Can I cast
She's really
radiant
got nothing.
fly up there as well?
I think Radiant Soul is just an ability,
It's not casting.
so it's not
So
casting.
cast.
Yeah.
Do I
Describe
have
what
to be in combat?
no.
Okay.
Describe what you look like as you cast this ability.
Do you know in the Little Mermaid when she turns into a human and there's a light and she's like, no. No, I'm just kidding. Her eyes just glow like this kind of like radiant rainbow. And then she's got these beautiful wings that come out like a gorgeous angel. And they're also like the same kind of like translucent, pearly.
They're almost like
Shimmery.
spectral
Yeah.
wings.
Yeah.
What?
And she's just gonna kind of fly up there. And
As
then she's gonna take her sword and start not at your feet, but she's gonna try to chip away at the rock.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Well, since Opal met the Adelaide as a child, would she know about your ability?
This is new. This is a newer thing. She hasn't always had this ability.
Okay. Opal will kind of, act shocked and like, and kind of, I don't know, not uncomfortable, but not like just unpleased and shocked of like,
almost weary.
yes, that's the right word of shocked and weary. I'm like,
Witchcraft.
As you start kind of helping her get chiseled out, make a strength check.
Cool. I think that's a 17.
17? Okay. It takes you just a few moments. You're able to kind of break most of the rock that's kind of surrounding the shoes, and she's able to kind of work her feet out of that. And with that, Kaletho's like, nice. I see that they haven't sent me people who want to die again. They've actually got some good people. At that, she kind of says, Deniz, now that we know what we're working with, you can clean up. And he's like, okay. And he'll kind of hold his head and kind of do a little wavy wave towards everything as the pillar kind of descends back down to the ground level, and all the trees kind of start withering away, dying and falling down. And then like you see everything that's in there, the pillar, the stones, the grass, the dirt, just gets demorphosized back into the sand. Even the monster that you had fought. With that, they kind of come down some stairs not too far away from the Colosseum and says, okay, I'm a little more impressed with who you are. I'm intrigued to see where you'll go.
Thanks, I guess.
You're welcome. With that, it was good to see you were all able to actually work as a team.
I'll just say, you'd probably notice a different countenance of Opal, of like when you fry your brain and you stare at something for a while and you're just thinking like that.
Mhm.
Just adding. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. Okay. Well, now that I'm able to put more faith in you, what was all of your names? As you guys kind of go through again, Pinky, Adelaide, Opal, Barren.
Yeah.
As you guys have introduced yourself to a lot of people, you will have to as we go, but she all gets to know your names. All right. Well, I'm excited to be able to spend the next 3 months working with you all. I think it's going to be quite fun. But right now it's time to get some rest because you can't train unless you have enough adequate sleep. Okay? That's the first rule of training.
I love that rule.
All right, I'll have Dennis show you to your barracks, and I would like you all to meet here tomorrow at 6 o'clock early. Don't be here at 6 o'clock. I mean, be here and ready to do things by 6 o'clock. If you're not here, we will come and find you. And you don't want to be found. You want to be here. As well as there's a curfew.
Curfew.
Don't be out throughout the training grounds after 8:30. And it is important that you stay here during that time. And you're always with an instructor. Do I make myself clear?
So, no shopping.
No shopping. You're training. This is train time.
Is there a shopping time?
No.
For 3 months?
Yeah. No shopping for 3 months. Is that a problem?
No.
Okay. Good. I hope that something so frivolous wouldn't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Do you got an extra change of clothes?
We do. We'll start off tomorrow with getting you something that doesn't look like a clown costume. All right.
That's offensive to both Adelaide and Pinky. And Barren.
I was gonna say.
As Dennis is like, kind of looks at you all like, I'm so sorry. You can all follow me. As she's like, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. She kind of like smirks, and it's not like a comforting like, yeah, she's happy. It's like more of like a smirk, like she's in some ways too excited to see someone go through some challenges. With that, you guys are led towards your barracks. You are all put together as a team. And you, as she's leaving, she's like, all right, now where were the others that I was supposed to meet up with? What are their names? As you can't hear the loud voice of Kira coming in at that moment. As they're about to go through something kind of similar. With that, you are all kind of ushered off towards your chambers.
What do our chambers look like?
They're separate, right? Or team?
It's a team.
Team one. You said that. Sorry.
Team chambers. Basically, it's a bunch of beds kind of lined up in kind of close proximity. Think of like military-esque barracks. You have kind of a chest in front of each of your beds for like your personal items, and you are right there with everyone. It's about that time that, as you guys are walking away, Pablo kind of stands out because he kind of hid in one of the hallways. Funapar, is it okay if I follow now?
Yes.
He kind of waddles with you guys like he'd been there the whole time.
Just muscle.
Yeah. With that, as you guys kind of go towards your first rest, we're going to go to break real quick.
Break.
As we get into more of the
It's a good time for a break.
downtime.
The wording of the letter I was going to send. Dear Daddy, please send hairpins.
Please send a store that I can buy things with.
Can you send me a catalog? Please send me a catalog.
Please send catalogs.
That's so funny.
Break time.
Break time! Okay, well, let's do 5 minutes because it's already fairly late. We'll go through it.
Okay. Sweet.
Cool.
Yeah.
See you guys here shortly.
See you here shortly.
Our characters.
What was that? Whoa!
Is it backwards? Or
I see.
It's so cute.
is it okay? Is it backwards?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. On mine, it's showing it as backwards for some reason.
No, it's right. The Dungeon House presents the Vigils of Yavna.
So, Brandon,
Yes.
if you want, you can send that to me. It might take me a couple days because we're in the middle of finals, but once we get kind of through all this, what I can do is I can add it to OBS, so that way when I hit a hotkey, it will just switch it to that screen, and then when I hit it again, it takes it back.
Okay, cool. I have this on OBS right now. That's what I'm using. So I can send it, and I can change it to be whatever, to say whatever.
Yeah.
I just barely finished this up, so
That's cool.
Can you send it in the Discord so we can all see it?
yeah.
Thank
I
you.
really like moss. I think it's
Yeah, Moss is
perfect.
cute.
I like the patches of different color. It's so
Yeah.
nice. They're all such good boys. I really like them.
Tori, you have to come look at this.
Look how cute Loki is. Loki's a
Oh,
cute.
oh wait, I can move this. I can move this now.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
I still like having the little notes up as well because it's kind of fun. But
Well, I mean, if we
this
just,
one's super nice.
If Brandon likes that more, he can just leave that up like that, and I'll just if as long as all of us go to not showing your screen, that will be the only thing on.
Yeah.
So that's another option if we don't want to have me run upstairs every time. Like if you'd rather just do that, Brandon, that works.
I mean, I don't care. I mean, this looks more official, but I don't know.
I like that. I think it's so cool. Oh, you have a little princess crown, honey.
Oh, good Papa, he's so strong.
Wait, where is? Oh, okay, that is
Pinky,
okay, yeah.
Ren, Pablo, Adelaide, Barren, Alia. Come over here, Faye.
Opal, Moss.
Opal and-
Moss is really fun. I like his little just cloak.
Yeah.
I actually like how Alia turned out. Alia's got some fun character design.
Yeah,
Can't see a lot. Is there a way that we can?
it's in the living room.
I
Oh,
haven't
wait, no.
looked it yet. I'm kind
Yes,
of figuring out. I'm gonna send one that is like a better aspect ratio, like a kind of like a poster looking one.
Ooh.
I don't know. Maybe okay. I'll just send this right now, and I'll send a better one later when I.
I love this so much. It's so fun.
That's awesome.
They're all just so cute. I just want to eat them.
What?
If that makes sense.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
Tiny sandwiches.
Thank you so much for doing that, Brandon. I think it's so cool.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
See, like the image of like the characters like all together,
Yeah.
like in a big group.
Look at Pablo. He's such a meaty man.
I love the big backpack. I like how.
Also, I like how he's the most just like prompt. He's just like.
he's just ready.
Oh man. Are we just waiting for? We're just waiting for Joy and David. Yeah.
I think they're back.
Oh yeah, I'm back. My camera's just off. Sorry, turn it back on.
Oh my gosh, this is the coolest.
I love it. I could stare at these character designs for so long. The Vigils of Yavna.
Did I spell Yavna right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, good. I was like, I don't know if it's a J or.
Cool. That's the Vigils of Yavna.
It looks so professional. I feel like we're actually like
I know.
like a legit thing.
Yeah, that's so.
I'll try to add this to some of our. Trying to think what I can add it to. Can add it to the Facebook page. We can
I
add it
almost
to-
kind of want to change our logo colors to match the colors of our vibe of this campaign.
Totally can.
That way they match the vibes of the
We
campaigns
can
that are
totally
going
do
on.
whatever.
Yeah,
yes.
because I like the deep yellow and the grays. I feel like it matches the vibe really well.
Over time, there'll be more colors.
Maybe. We'll see.
Look
Maybe
at
we
Rick's
only
little
have
baby.
yellow.
He's looking at this little necklace. I just realized that.
Yeah.
That's
I like
fun.
Pinky just darting around.
Yeah. Probably just like switching who she's talking to.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
And Adelaide's little mirror. She's like looking at him.
I like how Adelaide's not wearing her armor because Pablo's most likely carrying it into the bag at this
I
time.
know. I wanted to have Adelaide like with the mirror, not as like to be vain, but she's just checking out if her hair's okay. Like she's got to look good.
Yeah. Like we're just walking to the next place. I don't necessarily need my armor right now.
Yeah.
Period. So why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like. I think Alia's turned out really well since we didn't have like a lot of like going from what we had last time to now. It's like, oh, I love all of them though. Like,
Yeah,
I think I'm mostly surprised and happy with how Alia turned out. Just because I didn't know if I had really something in my mind for what she looked like, and now it's like, oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I like Alia's design. Not
I
to
didn't
do my own
give-
horn or
you didn't
anything, but
I didn't give you much to go off of either, so
here I'm gonna send a new one that just has it just looks better as like a I don't know. Maybe
The armor even has the insignia on it.
Yeah,
That's so sick.
yeah, the little right there at the top.
That's cool. And that's how your axe looks, right?
Yeah, her
That's
axe is
cool.
like like a normal tomahawk looking
Yeah.
axe. Except I think I've sent
Well, if
I
you're
sent
just
to Brandon, but I'll send you guys another picture of what.
if you're listening to this,
My axe.
we're sorry, we're geeking over cool things.
That's what it's like that kind of design for Opal's axe.
Wait, where's Opal's axe?
It's on the living room chat. Also, I
Just
really
leave
like
it
that
there.
aspect for the Vigils of Yavna. Brandon, that looks really good.
yeah, I thought because I just took out in the previous one I just took out the little note about us taking a break. But that's like a
I
good
think
maybe cover. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll look into putting it towards some things.
here's the thing.
I mean, I
This-
just barely threw this together, so like I can make it look better in terms of like,
Ooh.
layout. So for
What if I sent you the logo of the dungeon house and we can put that also in like the little corner of
yeah, I think that'd be a good little brand
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
group.
Yeah.
I can do some fun stuff with it.
Chase, you
Leave
just
it on.
like the SVG file of it or like the Illustrator file?
Yeah, I can just send you the Illustrator file.
Cool.
That way you can play around with the colors and all that stuff. I'll let you kind of take it over from here. And if you want to adjust it, like on this one, I think you'd only just want the logo and not the lettering underneath it.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe even taking the logo and turning it into like just one color.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Just like a watermark sort of thing. Not a watermark,
Mhm.
but just a logo. It's
Ready to go.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're ready to jump back in to this session.
What's wrong with Mateo? Like
Wait.
Mateo?
Brandon,
what?
everyone, before we start, I just want to give Brandon a round of applause for giving us our first character art of a campaign. It looks so awesome.
It does.
Thank you.
Very, very cool.
When Brandon is rich and famous as a graphic designer, all of our listeners should hire him because he's really good.
Yes.
Give me money.
Some of his other work for other characters that we've done, Chase and I, they're so cute.
They're so fun. I love them. Anyways, so as you guys kind of drift off to sleep, stuff like that.
No.
Oh, there's a few things I wanted to do.
You okay?
Me
You
too.
guys had things that you wanted to do. You guys meet in your room. Dennis, Loretto, everything I said. Dennis is like, here's your room. Pick a bed. It's all yours. and he'll basically kind of close the door behind you, and he'll say, "We'll see you in the morning."
Are there any baths?
Yeah. If as you kind of look, you see that like it's kind of lined in a hall. So like down the center is kind of a hallway, beds to the sides. You see that there looks to be about 10 beds in this barrack, and at the end there's another door leading. There's 2 of them leading to 2 different sections. One's for boys, one's for girls, for refreshing and getting cleaned up.
Excellent.
Can I do a quick perception check outside the room for hallway or ladies' restroom? Well, you just said so. Restroom. Okay. All right.
It's inside the barracks part. It's part of each barrack.
Okay.
There's a little section.
Adelaide, can you do you want to come with me to the ladies' refreshing area?
Yes. Adelaide, you can also tell, is a little bit nervous about the refreshing area. What does it look like?
It's actually clean.
It is clean. Everything is actually quite sanitary in here. It's all nice and like even like you don't see much dust on anything. It is very even like to you, Opal, you're like, oh, this is livable, but it's not like anything to write home about.
Mm-hmm.
For you, Adelaide, this is something to write home about. It's an atrocity. Like there's not even like a powder area. It's literally basically like a wash basin. There's like a mirror that's been set up against the wall, and then there's a couple of stalls with you can see like simple what looks to be wooden taps that can be turned and a spout of water come out. Like most places don't have running water, as like you know Opal and everyone else does. Adelaide, you don't see a hot choice in the faucet department. You're kind of thinking, is this livable conditions?
So Adelaide and I are there in the refreshment. Okay. Can I do a quick perception check to see if anyone's there, like using the restroom or anything like that?
So this is just for your
Just
party for the
it's
girls,
just
and
us.
you like kind of look back, and Pinky and Alia are kind of looking around. You see Pinky's probably like darting, trying to see which bed of each of them is the most comfortable.
Yeah.
Doing it really quickly. Adelaide's probably found a bed and's kind of opened a book and just kind of starts quietly reading. So you feel like it's just you 2 here.
Okay. Is it a door or is it a curtain?
Alia, my bad, not Adelaide. Yeah, there is a door to it.
Okay. Going to lock it.
Yeah.
To lock Adelaide and I in the restroom. And I will begin to speak to Adelaide in Celestial.
Oh, you know Celestial.
Yeah.
Adelaide, I need you to be honest with me, and I want you to know that I'm not mad at you or anything like that, but something obviously has changed about you that I need to know about. So, you can fly now.
Yes.
Why?
Well, it comes with the wings.
Yep.
At this point, it's been long enough that they only last for about a minute.
Yeah, they're gone.
As you know. So they've once again like have misted away into the ethereal. But continue.
Well, I suppose it's nothing really to be ashamed of. Do you remember how in Felnor it's quite popular for families to go through the sun ritual? Is that what we decided to call it?
Yeah.
Yes. And is that particularly with only royal family? Or
It's
elite?
not necessarily like just for royal families. Like, think of it like in our world terms, it's kind of akin to a baptism-esque thing,
Okay.
where like most people at some point in their lives, depending on what denomination do it at different times, they do it in different ways. Though with the upper echelon, it's like a whole formality. It's almost like a part of like the coming of age of a person and stuff like that. They usually go and go through the sun ritual, which, as you know, the sun is where believed the gods reside. And so during this, it usually is this person kind of giving themselves up and like to the service of a god. It's very much kind of a show of, look at me, we're like, I'm going to be religious.
So righteous.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes a little bit like that, but some people genuinely do use this as an opportunity to devote themselves to usually a particular god. Some people use it to like devote themselves to the pantheon of the protectors, but most of the time it's usually they come there with a god in mind and they're going to devote themselves to it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All that explained. What happened?
Well, I know that I mentioned it briefly earlier, but that was the point where it was clear that my religious devotions were a little bit different than my parents. And a part of that was because of a physical transformation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm now part celestial.
Understood.
It does wonders for the hair. I know, you must have thought that it was something I was doing with my conditioner, but it's actually a pleasant effect that comes with the thing.
Good. So, with the thing, what was explained to you when this occurred? Because it sounds as if you were chosen.
And perhaps, well, that's part of why I'm here, is that it was such a grand experience, and everyone thought it was so wonderful, and my parents thought I was so special, and I did feel so special. I looked different, and I came out of this trance saying all of these wonderful things, and honestly, I just eventually went back to who I was before.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I was given great promise, and I was given greatness, and I went to college, and I went to the estates, and then I worked in the royal palace, and never really amounted to much. So, I guess you could say chosen, but disappointing.
Oh. Well, chosen you are, and disappointing you are not. So with being chosen, quote unquote, were any effects described to you of, because you have been chosen, you must now do so and so, or something like that?
Well, I knew that
Such
I
and
needed
such
to
something.
serve Yafna, right?
Yalfon.
Yalfa.
It was almost like interpreted that because your family's religion was not of Yalfad, and so he almost like took you out and chosen you separately to be almost like kind of a bearer of his name and stuff like that. So, like, I think that's a good way to think about it. I don't know, but not to put words in your mouth. But go ahead.
That.
Okay.
And so I do feel the need to help the travelers, to be a protector, to watch over those that can't help themselves. And when I do things, I like to do them correctly, and I like to do them well,
Yes.
as you're well aware.
Mm-hmm. How long is your service?
Well, I assume, given the physical transformation, that it's a lifelong deal. But perhaps don't tell anyone this, but my father has only given me 2 years to really prove myself outside of the estate.
I can promise that, and I think you'll do fine. Okay, so your god, Yelf, has chosen you, and you are to serve for the rest of your life.
Yes.
To repeat. Understood. Well, since I have so hostile-like trapped you here, to understand that, and it's a very deep thing to do, I need you to also make a promise to me. Is that all right?
Yes, absolutely, Opal.
So, as you know, with my oath, there are certain things that are very odd that I'm here. Of why don't I just stick with my oath and my guild and all that jazz?
Yes,
Why
I
am I
wondered
here?
about that.
Yes. I'm still not ready to explain that quite yet, but I have grown to start that journey as I talked to Moss about having difficulties with my oath and more of desires that I want. So being here is more of my choice, with, of course, approval from the guild, my parents, and all those wonderful people back there. But there's still things I'm, of course, restricted to obey and honor, which I'm still trying to figure out. So at this moment, Opal will take a deep breath and also engage Radiant Soul and show
This-
her wings.
As you see, like, in front of you, Opal kind of takes a deep breath and her eyes open, but instead of being kind of the pearlescent, like, light color, they're like almost like a golden amber color, as wings very akin to yours, but of this amber color kind of fold out behind her back as well.
Now quickly disarm.
As it kind of, she, like, she's not like that tall of a person, but like as she kind of stands up, she almost looks like she's bigger than she actually is, like stronger than who she seems to be, and almost like, in a sense, wiser and older. And then as she drops it, she kind of reverts back to what Opal usually looks like.
You're
Is there like a
celestial.
flash under the door? Is Pinky curious now?
Yeah, what is going on in the bathroom? What?
Hey, what's going on in there?
I have to
I'm just
say
kidding.
something. I'm going to say it once we're done with the podcast.
Are you guys whispering this, or are you guys like having like just a conversation?
Really quiet conversation in Celestial, so.
Well, I mean, Alia knows Celestial.
Okay.
I imagine everyone else is kind of on the other side of the room and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yelling at
Okay.
each other.
I just wanted to make sure that Alia, like, because if she like heard like a word, it's kind of like McKay would understand. I don't know if anybody else serves foreign language, but it's like when you hear that language,
Yeah.
like
Yep.
off in the back, you're like, well, what? Who? And
Someone I
so,
can talk to.
yeah, pretty much. And so, if Alia has at any point during that conversation heard anything that sounds like Celestial, I feel like she would go to the door and eavesdrop.
I will say this.
So it depends on, I guess, DM on what he decides.
I want you to do a perception check with disadvantage, because they are being
with disadvantage.
and it's pretty high DC.
Is a 22 good enough? With this, yeah, I got a natural 20 and then I got an 18.
If
So
we're trying to be hushed, it wouldn't matter though anyway.
That's why I gave her disadvantage to listen in.
well, and it's just not like she's actively like, oh, what are they talking about? It's like if she heard you guys speaking Celestial. That's kind of what I was asking. It's like, were you guys sitting there and whispering, or were you guys having a conversation into a point where it's like, you know, if you walk past, you wouldn't hear it, but you would hear like words, if that makes sense.
So you probably was just like, oh, they're speaking Celestial.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd probably be able to hear that.
But
Okay.
the purpose was to be very quiet. But I agree with Tori. You'd probably
Like if you were
Makes sense.
actively trying to hear what we were saying, you could probably
hear a word.
hear what we were saying. But if you're like, oh, they're speaking Celestial, then you'd definitely be able to like.
Yeah, no, it was kind of just like, because it would start out like she would be exploring the room and looking at the beds and stuff like that.
So just catch a word and then
And then catch a word, and it would have drawn her attention to listen to what you guys were saying.
Oh, so you are listening to us, okay?
Yeah.
I don't
what point?
think you catch everything.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I'd say that the point that you hear something is kind of towards where you hear like Opal say basically, I need you to keep a secret. And then you don't necessarily hear anything happen.
Yeah, because I just exhale.
Because you just hear exhale. And then like you almost see kind of like a little flash of light and then like underneath the doorway. But then it's gone in like a moment.
Okay.
So you don't necessarily glean anything, but you can tell that they were being sus.
All right. Okay.
Okay, back to the point. Right? Yeah.
But you are now at the door listening.
Yes.
So Adelaide, unaware that Alia
You
is
wouldn't
outside the
know.
door listening,
Yeah.
it's just going to like kind of like touch your arms and be like, "You are Celestial as well."
Ah. This is what I need you to swear you will not tell anyone until I give permission to do so, as I'm still figuring things out.
You have my word, Opal. I trusted you with my story, and I hope to be very trustworthy.
As long as we still get a roll in the mud someday, because that was fun long ago.
Alia, I would like you to do a stealth check.
Gosh. Okay. Stealth.
I think your passive perceptions is what we'll use.
Unnatural 20.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Dude,
I'm
my
saying
rolls! Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Cast silence on us. Oh, but then
But
we
then
can
you
talk to
can't
each
talk
other.
to each
You
other.
have to do hand signs.
Oh my.
Could I put silence outside the door? No, I wouldn't.
That'd be very
He's
much more
stealthy, so I
sus.
don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
So
Okay. Is there anything else that you guys have?
we were gonna say
That was
that's it.
basically it.
Okay.
Is please keep this a secret until approval is given by self-acceptance.
Okay. And then she's gonna lean forward and like even quieter be like, then can I assume that you also hold the title of chosen? As I don't remember you having this when you were younger either. Because this isn't something that most of the Triquetra have, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
I won't say a word. I won't say a word.
Mhm. I will say, the more you learn, again, still whispering, but talking loud enough that the mic can still pick me up, the more you learn about your abilities and your chosen as, because ours are different. You serve one, I serve all. So, well, that was explained with my oath. We don't have a that's the type of belief that the oath has, as not one, all. So, yeah, the more you learn about yours, and the more I learn about mine. Let's work together on this, because for me, it's heavy. for you, it seemed more of a blessing. So,
To be honest, because I feel like I squandered so many years living beneath my potential, it is a little heavy. Mostly due to guilt, though.
heavy.
All right.
Now, I think that we need some soaps in here. She's gonna kind of like open up the door and then give you like a meaningful
Well,
look
it's
of like
locked with my axe.
Oh, with your axe.
That's
She's
what
not
I was
that good.
envisioning.
Like propped it up.
Like
Like, in
if
between
it
the
was,
doors,
yeah,
yeah,
if it
I
was
get what
a
you're saying.
slide thing, yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
like that.
With that, as you kind of open it up, Alia,
Yeah.
are you right there?
Yeah, but I think she would have gone like pretend like she was reaching for the door handle.
Like trying to get in? Make a deception check.
All right. Please, the Lord. Okay, deception. Where's deception? Right there. +3. All right, here we go. Yeah. I rolled another 19.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
So 22 again.
If you guys kind of open up the door, you see Alia almost reaching to kind of the door handle to try it to see if she can come in.
I will, like evil villain glare, like that, but not so creepily. But take it, exhale, and like, why? How are you doing?
With your glare, I think she would like kind of like take a step back. Just like, oh, I'm doing okay.
Is there anything we can help you with? Because we understand you've gone through a lot, let alone the carriage ride. Jeez Louise.
You hear like kind of in the other room. Is there any alcohol around?
Yeah, you doing good.
No, but there's not much I can do about it right now. So
Okay, well, we're here for you. And apologies for my glare. I understand sometimes face does things that I don't mean it to, as Opal and as Faith. So
it's okay. I appreciate the apology.
Adelaide's gonna go inspect what's left of the beds because she's the last one to choose one. So
While that's going on, Barren, you had something that you wanted to do?
Yes, I had a few things.
one looking for.
One, looking for alcohol. You said that there was
There's
none.
no alcohol, man.
Yeah,
It's a pretty clean slate.
There's no mini bar in the barracks.
Nothing.
No mini bar, sorry.
Okay. So that's number one. Number two, on the beds, are there any sort of extra clothes anywhere? Otherwise,
I would
say in my birthday suit.
I would say that in each of the chests there is like some simple common clothes.
That's all we need.
Just because like they understand people come here, they like it's good for you to just at least have like inside each chest you find like 2 towels and 2 changes of clothes for every person.
Perfect.
Are they?
They are unisex though.
That's fine. He'll grab some clothes. I'm looking for a couple things. So that's number one.
Okay.
Is there any ink and paper and pen?
Not in the room, but you might be able to ask one of your companions if they have any.
You could. All right. And then the okay, yeah. Hey, does anyone have any ink and paper?
you're wandering around naked.
No. That was if there was no clothes. If there was no clothes, that was my
This is awful.
Resort.
Yeah, you were about to get like lightning bolted.
Die. We're okay.
In response to your question, Pinky's going to pull out the scroll that says "you fool" and says, "I have this paper," and it's gonna shout, "You fool!"
I'll give you a slight chuckle. Not exactly what I meant, Pinky.
Okay, she's gonna put it away.
Adelaide will kind of rummage in her pack, and she's going to pull out her stationery kit.
Yep. It's a fine kit of different colored dyes. There's black, red, and blue inks, and it comes with a good amount of paper for writing, as well as like a little desk fold-out thing. That way you can write letters on the go.
Parchment is scented.
Some-
Yes.
Thanks. And I'll just grab like just a basic black ink pen and some paper, and I'll take it to my room.
You mean your bed?
My bed. Just
Yeah.
my bed. Also, does anyone have a knife?
Pinky will hold up her knife. Of course, it is pinky-sized, but it's a little dagger. It's probably knife-sized to you.
Can I borrow that?
Of course, she's gonna hand it to you.
Thanks. And he goes directly to the bathroom.
All right.
All right. Ren, Pinky, is there anything that you guys would like to do for your nighttime routine?
I would definitely want to get cleaned up. Just kind of wind down. I mean, we've all been through a lot of new experiences. And I will probably I would try to start some sort of journal. Some sort of annal. Just to kind of keep track of my days. Maybe I can go home and tell my family about what all happened.
I like that.
Cute.
As you kind of start penning down the first couple days of experience that you've had with the Vigils, what's some of the major events that stick out to you that you really kind of hit home on?
I would for sure talk about like each of the party members, things I like, maybe don't like about them, just kind of describe them, and basically how we all met and the whole trial and my thoughts about that and the people we meet and my visions of like how I hope things are gonna turn out, things I hope will happen, things I'm nervous about. Just mostly just my thoughts, kind of just get them all on paper right now. I'd for sure talk about like us fighting that giant mechanical bull, and destroying it. Obviously, in this story, I would say that I did like a lot more. Like I had my sword and I was like cutting so many things. Because I mean, we know that didn't happen, but I want this to go down in history like it did. So yeah, just sort of that sort of thing.
Something that when you return to the village, you can hand it to the elder who will put it in the village records. That way, the oral stories told around the central campfire will tell tales of your exploits.
Mm-hmm. And I would especially make note of like that I have made it to these like islands down there that in my village are very like kind of like taboo, like you don't go there, people disappear. And so I would make it a point to be like, this is what's here, like kind of like in like an explorer sort of way. And I would be kind of still a little superstitious and worried that like there's like this is not good. I kind of like gut feeling like this is how I've been raised, like this is not good, like I'm still a little wary of this location. But yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, just for sake of time, I'm going to say that after a couple more activities and stuff like that, you are all eventually find sleep. You wake up in the morning, and for the next couple of weeks, you are all kind of hedged through different trainings and different types of activities. Sometimes this is group activities where you're all together training in sword and fighting and things like that. And sometimes it's personal activities. Opal, you were about to say something.
I just wanted to, since having shared a little bit more about what's going on with her, you'd sleep a little more soundly with a little more kick in your step. That type. I forgot this actual saying, but
Seems a little bit more pumped.
yeah, but still a little murky.
Some of the things that you guys do in your free time. Opal, you are tasked, as you guys kind of are explained. You are all kind of given a specific training that the Vigils chose. As you hear, Van Dyke kind of graded you on some of the things that you're good at and some of the things that you struggled. And some of the things that you struggled with, they kind of thought about and decided to put into something specific for your training. Opal, one of the days you are tasked to meet up in a classroom, and you're the only one that's asked to go there while the others are training. As you enter into the room, you see it's a classroom full of different desks, except there's one lady at the front kind of writing some notes down on the chalkboard. A lot of them look almost like there's some sort of symmetrical lines and diagrams and figures and stuff like that. As you enter in, she turns around, and it's been about 2 weeks since you are all joined, and you see a lady who seems very similar in look to Alia. Like more of like a little bit older version, a little bit different quite features, not quite as like now remind me, Alia, you are half elf, correct?
Correct.
What side does your elf come from?
My father.
Your father. So you notice that this lady, even though she's got similar hair style to Alia, similar kind of features, her features aren't quite as sharp as Alia's. She kind of turns around and says, "Oh, hello. Are you Opal?
And you are?
My name's Mira Asha. It's good to meet you. I've been asked to come here and oversee some training for you. From what report I was given, they would like you to learn basic ritualistic magic, from what I gather, which means that you will be able to use a little bit more spells outside of combat, though you'll have to be a little bit more of a bookworm if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that used to that.
All right. Well, let's begin. As she kind of sets you down and you start working, and she starts showing you kind of the basics of what ritual is. Most of them having to deal with, instead of innate magic coming from in you that you memorize, it's having a book that you write down diagrams of different shapes, different geometry, and being able to use this geometry to channel magic into it. It usually takes 10 or so minutes, longer than actual just casting the spell if it's something innate to you. But it allows you to not use your inner inner magic to cast it, but the magic that is tied between geometry, between math, and between different things, enabling you to do that. Is there anything that specific you'd like to do during this training?
I don't think so. Just focus on learning rituals. Maybe contemplate magic and its use for battles and other resources. So wonder about how useful is magic, but yeah.
You'll think about it.
Mhm.
About after a week or so of just kind of the same thing, not really making much small talk. One day she'll ask you, so how's the vigil party that you were a part of?
I think they're really good. I think they've become good friends that I still have a lot to learn about. Which reminds me, one of them does have similar features to you. Do you happen to be like related or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Alia is my daughter. And she kind of turns back down to the book.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, okay.
And after a little bit, she'll turn up to you and she almost seems kind of lost for what words to say as she looks contemplatingly.
Well,
And then she, after a second, like almost trying to say something but doesn't know what to say,
yeah.
she'll turn back down to her stuff.
Okay. Just say, it's none of my business, and I understand it's a difficult time, but if it helps, she's doing good. She helps the party significantly, so I can understand it's hard to let your child go and do something so dangerous, as I've had guardians to do the same for me. But to bring peace of mind, she's doing very well.
That's what worries me.
I understand that quite well, personally, for doing well with something that may not align with something.
It's hard to approve of something that feels like it's going to lead to something that you don't want to happen.
Mhm.
And I'm excited for it. But for myself, I just... Anyways, we should get back to the books. As she kind of turns back down and seemingly not really wanting to continue talking about this.
Yeah, I'll just do a grin and like a. Alright.
Yeah. You have now gained the ritual caster feat through the next couple of months of training alongside her. Next up, during this time as well, Barren and Alia, you were also asked to meet into the infirmary. By this point, Barren, you've been taken to the armory and been outfitted with gear and with things like that.
Can I add something?
Yeah, I assume that you want to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
do it.
So the morning, like the next morning after that first like challenge, I think the first thing that you guys would notice when you wake up is what Barren looks like. He's cut his hair. So now his hair is like shoulder length, right? Instead of it before it was like lower back, right? It was really long.
Whoa.
And I don't. And now he's also shaved his nasty long beard. It's completely gone. All that's left is this thin little mustache that comes like kind of like to right here. You probably can't see it, but like, you know, like a mustache.
Like a dad mustache. But more...
And I think it's at this point that you guys kind of like first off, that's shocking to see because it's just so different. And then on top of that, you would also see that one, he's not a 40-year-old man. He looks really young. It was just hidden behind all the hair. But his face does look pretty, I guess you could say worn is a good term for it. I think it sticks out. His nose has also like been busted before, if you haven't already caught that. And then the final thing that really kind of catches your eye is his eyes are purple.
That didn't change. It's always been that.
It's always been that, but it's just, it probably got lost at some point. It just kind of, you know, everyone was looking away from him because of what he looked like. So anyway, I just wanted to add that. And then that morning I would have given 2 letters to, I wanted the iPad so I could do his name. Not Castillo, whatever, the other one.
Talifa.
Deniz.
Oh,
Would have
Deniz.
given it to Dennis and told him to give it to the guy over the Vigils, the main guy.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Perfect. That happens. We will get back to some of that stuff here in a little bit. Going more specific into the train, though, Alia and
I need to leave. I have work early tomorrow. So
No worries. It is
sorry.
getting late.
See you guys.
It is very late.
Yeah, I didn't
Maybe-
actually realize what time it is.
Maybe what we could do is we can finish up. Here's the question, though. I know that Brandon, you're not going to be able to be here next week, as well as maybe McKay and Tori. So what we might do is we might have a shorter session next week to kind of finish off our downtime activities, and we can do Pinky. Do you guys want to just call it right now? It's a little late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's just call it right now. We'll finish it up next session.
All right. Basically, and we might just jump into the next bit of the story. But the biggest one was I wanted to have Opal meet Mira. You all kind of have different people that train you during this time. Just so you all know, Barren is given the healer feat as he's trained by the giant Goliath dude that rode on the back of the one carriage that could teleport. Adelaide and Moss are both trained by Kaletho on how to be able to be more defensive in their tactics. Alia is also trained by the Goliath. His name is Kavek, 5 lives. He helps Alia learn the linguist feat. And Pinky and Ren are trained by Galen, who was the driver of that specific carriage. Pinky gains the actor feat as she wants to be a little more tricky. And Ren gains the dungeon delver as he is being able to have a better understanding of the environment of caverns, dungeons, and places of various things like that. Anything that you guys want to do during that downtime, what we'll do is we'll have that play out maybe outside of session with like letters that go back and forth, and we can kind of discuss what happens next session.
Cool.
So, yeah,
That's me.
that's you. I think that's it. Ready?
Awesome.
Dungeon.
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 Oh, yeah, it's so rough, guys. I just noticed that it is late. That combat took